welcome to the Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier North American Championship. I'm Avalie May, and I'm going to be guiding you through some of the action today, and I'm super excited to do it. But I can't do it all by myself, so let me introduce to you my co-host and caster, Captain Flowers.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Been a big fan of Final Fantasy as a series for years now. I've always loved the world of Final Fantasy VII. I'm excited to jump into what we got going on here today.
Flowers, I'm super excited to be doing this, not only the event, but to be doing it with you, because I feel like usually I'm the one who nerds out over Final Fantasy-esque type of games and themes and series, but this is a game that you have been loving and playing since you were a kid, and I'm the newbie who just started with Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation.
Right, I've been playing these games since I was younger, like all the way back. Final Fantasies 7 through 10 is like the golden age of the series and of JRPGs in their entirety, in my opinion. So super excited to jump into this. Final Fantasy VII has such a long-standing story and long-standing world that has now expanded into multiple games like what you're talking about with Remake Integrate, Dirge of Cerberus, Crisis Core. Like there's so many different things, including Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier, which is what we're covering today.
Yeah, and as you're saying, like the Final Fantasy VII, even just that game, the universe there's so much depth to it. Like the characters I'm starting to fall in love with, the backstory and the lore I'm slowly getting adjusted to and learning bits and bits about. But something with Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier is we get to learn all about the soldiers and how they came to be, which, to my understanding, you know a little bit about this.
Right, so obviously Final Fantasy VII, the game that started everything here, it was talking about the big bad dudes, the biggest, baddest soldiers. We're talking Sephiroth, we're talking Cloud, we're talking Zack, we're talking later on you would get into guys like Angeal and Genesis. But what about the entirety of the soldier program? It was an entire thing by Shinra Corp to try to create this whole new elite class of super soldiers, and so Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier sort of jumps into what the experience of the everyman among the soldiers was like, the sort of battles and intense situations they would get themselves into.
That's enough for me, but for those of you who are not super familiar with the Soldier Project, or even with Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier, we've got a little video to show you. Now, Flowers, as the resident expert here, I'm going to need you to break down every single character that we saw, every single monster, every single weapon that was used, and all of the dates, because I got confused as soon as numbers popped on screen.
Don't think we quite have time for all of that. Instead, how about we jump into some format information?
Yeah, we've got a ton of action going on today, and this is the format for the tournament. We've got 50 teams entering today's tournament, everyone. All 50 of those teams are going to be playing 5 games today. That's right, 5 games and 5 chances for them to show what they're made of. But Flowers, only the top 25 teams of those 50 teams will advance to day 2, where they're going to be competing at an even higher level. But to decide on who those top 25 teams are, I don't know, Flowers, how are we doing it?
All right, so here's a breakdown of the way the matches are scored. It's a little bit unusual, so let's go ahead and explain it in detail. Teams are going to be awarded an overall number of points based on how they rank at the end of the match. So you can see here on your screen, first place is guaranteed 30, 5th place is going to get 22, all the way down 10th place, there's 16, and it keeps going all the way down through. Now, the other way that you're able to get points is 2 points per elimination. It totals up everybody on the team, but your elimination bonuses are capped in each match. In match 1, you can only earn up to 14 points through elimination. So that's 7 eliminations. Match 2 and 3 will give you credit for up to 15 eliminations. And then 4 and 5, there is no limit. Essentially what this means is teams can hit the elim cap in the earlier rounds. Then they can not have to show any more of their hand. They can play more safely. They can just go for weathering the storm. But as the game moves forward, as we get further into the competition throughout the day, there's a greater and greater opportunity for teams to just really go full throttle, try to hit those double-digit elim counts, and really shoot themselves up a few spots on the ladder for better positioning for day 2.
Yeah, I really like the way that the point system works out here, Flowers, because it kind of encourages people to get into those fights for those extra points per elimination. Meanwhile, you know, someone like me who isn't super skilled like some of our participants here today, I would just be hiding and hoping for a lot of points with that high placements if I'm hiding inside that zone. But let's go ahead and meet the teams that are going to be participating here today and duking it all out. Here are our first 5 teams, and Cactar Family 7 with a Squall on their squad, Flowers.
Yeah, Squall's not in the right game. He's still probably having a pretty good time, but, you know, everybody wants to be a part of some of our Final Fantasy VII action here. We got Team Bahamut on the next page. Lots of Bahamut in Final Fantasy VII. You'll love to see it.
And Team Rocket, I believe that they were one of our top scorers in our preliminary, so that's definitely a team to keep your eyes on.
Oh yeah, we definitely got a little bit of a look into how people were playing beforehand. Going to our next page here, the Mako Crisis, very much on theme for the Final Fantasy VII world.
We have Anthony Plays Games TTV on Los Diablos, so I guess they're showing off their POV as well, Flowers. And look at that, a team called Hidden Leaf. Do you think that they're going to be playing Ninja Styles?
I don't understand the reference, Avalie, but as we move to the next page, we have Lunchables, and I understand the reference to those because I enjoyed them plenty back when I was a kid, first getting into Final Fantasy as a series myself. And then as we keep moving forward here, our next batch of teams, we got the Cool Cats showing up, hopefully ready to keep their cool today, got to perform under pressure.
I've got another reference for you. Do you think that Team Blank is a No Game No Life reference, or do you think they just forgot to fill in the team name on the form?
Well, I'm 0 for 2 on understanding the references, that's for sure, but hopefully they'll be doing better than an 0 for 2 scoreline as they move into the competition here today. Team Ragnarok, that one's technically could be another Final Fantasy VIII reference as well to go along with Squall. We'll have to see if these guys got their Final Fantasy VII knowledge tuned in too. And then on our next page here, who's jumping out to you, Avalie?
Benji has stars in their name. Look at that. We've got a filled-in star and just an outline of a star. I feel like Benji has the swag to carry Team Daddy's Redhead to victory.
Orange showing up on this page too, giving us a little bit of Final Fantasy X love as we go to our next page here. The Meme Machinists showing up. Hopefully they'll be having some Dream Team performances instead of just some Meme Team performances.
Team Reverse, I don't know if you could pull off a reverse sweep with the format that we have today, but hey, memes and dreams.
You could get close, Going on to the next one, we got the Bold Saucer, the boldest version of the Gold Saucer, hopefully ready to win some Chocobo races, or at least the closest you can get to that in the Battle Royale game.
And Team LSK Flowers, I want to point out another team that was in the top 3 from the preliminary round. So another team to keep your eyes on.
Nice. We'll have to keep our eyes on those top placers during the preliminaries, see if they can translate that scrim skill into stage skill.
Yeah, I believe I called out Team Rocket, Team LSK, and then also Team Fear. Those were our top 3 teams from the preliminary rounds in terms of points and scoring. So definitely those are the 3 teams to keep an eye out for their players, see what styles they're picking up, and just see how they do overall in the competition. Because Flowers, we're playing for way more than just bragging rights. Let's go ahead and take a look at the potential prizing for our top 3 winning teams. First place is going to be going home with a whopping $6,000, and that's going to be split between the team. They're also going to be getting 30,000 Shinra credits per team member, as well as 3 Razer Kishis for either the iOS or Android, as well as 3 Razer Opus X headphones. And Flowers, this is the most important part. The exclusive first place in-game title and banner.
Oh yeah, I love to see the bragging rights represented in the victory of the tournament here today. Everybody loves money, everybody loves in-game money, everybody loves free stuff, but this lasts forever.
Oh yeah, can you imagine, just like in the elimination feed, seeing like the banner or the icon pop up and just like, oh man, I just got taken down by a world champion. But for second and third place, they're not walking away with nothing. $3,000 for second place, 900 for third place. And they're each going to be going home with some Shinra credits, as well as some awesome Razer gear, and the second and third place in-game titles and banners. And Flowers, there is another special MVP prize. There's going to be a $100 prize going to the tournament MVP, which is the player who gets the most eliminations in the tournament. That is a nice prize.
A little bit of extra money thrown in the way of whoever gets themselves involved in the most PvP. I like that in a Battle Royale scenario. That's one of the things that pretty much everybody who's played these types of games knows, is it's not always the heaviest PvP moments that reward you with the highest placements. So I love the fact that we're giving a little bit of extra incentive there for players to seek out those elims and really try to top the charts.
I want to see a crazy, crazy fight break out throughout the course of this weekend, Flowers, so I'm super excited to see it. Now, I do want to take this moment to shout out our partners over at Razer for providing us with some awesome prizes for the competitors. We have the Razer Opus X headphones, which, looking sleek and looking nice, as well as the Razer Kishi V2 for Android and the Razer Kishi for iPhone. And Flowers, I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little jealous of our competitors because I really like the Razer Kishi V2 for Android, because I've been trying to play First Soldier just like on my iPad, and my hands are not coordinated enough to like take me to where I need to go and aim. So I feel like having some of those Razer products could help me up my game.
You're on the wrong side of the desk. The people competing are eligible for the product, and you signed up for the wrong job.
You're right. Next time for the next championship, I'm gonna be in there playing.
And may the 2 people teamed with you have the best luck that I could possibly wish them.
My heart is broken. Well, it's okay. Even if I'm not, on the hosting side next time, I could be a viewer. I could be an audience member and share along in the fun. And a special surprise and thing for all of our current audience members is that if any of you have a MetaQuest 2 VR headset, this live stream is also available on MetaQuest Horizon Worlds. So the link will be in the chat or the description. So go ahead, keep your eye out for that and join in on the fun. And Flowers, have you ever watched an event with a VR headset on?
So I don't have a VR headset because I live in a small physical space and I would bang my head into the walls and stuff. Not really what I'm looking to do. That's probably not the intended user experience. So unfortunately for me, I've never been down that road, but we've got it as an option for everybody watching here today, and it's just another way to enjoy the show that's heading your way. But before we get to the show, obviously, I do believe we have one more special piece for our introduction here.
Oh, we have a very special treat for the community, and that is a letter to the community from producer Shoichi Ichikawa himself. Let's take a listen. To all our valued Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier players and viewers, thank you very much for all the love and support for Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier. I'm very happy to see many soldier candidates register for the First Soldier Championship. We have received feedback from players who wish to participate in the tournament, but were not eligible. I have read through your comments and wish to consider your feedback for the future. After seeing the interactions on the tournament Discord server during the preliminary rounds, I saw many comments between players who commended each other's skills and provided comfort to one another before and after the matches. Although rivals on the training field, I am completely moved by the respect shown to each other and overall positivity of the players. The Final Fantasy VII First Soldier team and I are very lucky to have such a wonderful community. I also saw players who wished to become friends to play more private matches together, which was very nice to see that we could introduce a feature in the game that brings the community closer together. The new season is on the horizon. Season 4 will begin August 31st. New locations on the map themed after Gold Saucer have been added, as well as a new style, Trickster, which will introduce new strategies and a more dynamic way to enjoy the game. I highly encourage all viewers to try the new season themselves. We have a bunch of exciting content planned for Season 4. Please stay tuned for more updates. Most of all, I am extremely excited to see which team will mark their place as the first ever champions of the First Soldier Championship North America tournament. I will be cheering all the players on with my eyes glued to the live stream. I wish all participating teams the best of luck. A letter like that from producer Shoichi Ichikawa himself out to all of the participants and commending them for not only their competitive spirit, but also the community love for each other, setting up scrims outside, encouraging each other, challenging each other within that Discord server. Flowers, that warms my heart.
I love seeing the leadership of a game be so invested in the game and so invested in the community around it. I'm right there with them. I hope that this is going to be an awesome showing here from all the players, all the teams that we got gathered up. I hope we get some truly incredible moments in some incredible PvP between everybody. But we do have to take a break before we go any further. Once we get back from that break, we'll be just a couple minutes away from round 1 of the Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier tournament. Do not go anywhere. Y'all don't want to miss it.
everyone, and welcome back to the Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier North American Championship. I'm Avalie May, here with Captain Flowers. And Flowers, something that I'm very excited, rather looking forward to as we're getting into our first round of the day, is seeing what styles our participants and players choose to bring out, because we have quite a few of them, and everyone has their own personal preferences and likes.
Exactly. Jumping into this game here recently, still pretty new to the game myself, looking through the different classes, one of the ones that immediately jumped out to me that I expect to see a lot of is the ninja. I feel like in Battle Royale in general, mobility is going to be something that you're always after. It's always going to give you the opportunity to find angles, find movements, and just have more choices available to you. The natural mobility of this class, having things like the double jump, having the ability to go invisible, as well as all the passive skills that enhance movement speed or the ability to reposition, I think this is going to be a class that's sought after by a lot of players in a competitive environment like this.
Definitely, and when I first got my hands on the game, the first style that I tried out was the Ranger. And I know, sure, everyone gets their own, guns and melee weapons to work with, but for the Ranger, it gives you that little bit of extra boost when dealing with all of your artillery. You get the increase for your inventory for ammo, as well as just that shorter reload time, and a ability that I found myself using a lot of was the Assess, which allowed me to scan out the area for any enemies who are nearby or any monsters that I should be taking down, and whatever effects are popping out as well. And I feel like that's great utility, and especially when you're playing in a team environment where it's squad v squad, having that utility and being able to give a little bit of support to your squad is going to be super detrimental in some of these fights.
Yeah, and talking more about classes, just diving into these a little bit more, a little bit deeper look into other styles. One thing I'm also hoping to see a lot of is the Sorcerer, the ability to both enhance and manipulate their usage of the materia system. I think it's one of the coolest aspects of this game, being able to use these familiar spells and abilities that everybody recognizes from many, many Final Fantasies before, and have them be available more readily, have them recharge more quickly. Resource management is also another super important thing in pretty much any BR game, and Sorcerer just supplementing and bolstering their own ability to use and upgrade materia, I think could be a pretty big difference maker in some of these matches.
Yeah, Flowers, I hope you're happy with your materia and your spells and everything, but what about the warrior, Flowers? What about bringing out a giant sword and just swinging it around? What about using the rush ability to just gap close, charge your target, and then just start swinging, okay, Flowers? That's what I also want to see in this weekend's tournament. I want to see people just whip out the sword and start fighting.
And for anybody who may be curious, we do also have a style tracker running behind the scenes. So as we go through the games today, as we progress through the matches, we will be able to go back and look at how many different players are playing different styles, which ones are the most popular, which ones are falling by the wayside, and sort of the way the meta is shaping up. But here it goes. We're into game number 1, getting it rocking and rolling for today. One thing I do have to let y'all know immediately, because we have 150 players competing across 50 different teams here today, not everybody can fit in the same lobby. So here on day 1, it's going to be 2 lobbies running simultaneously, 75 players in each one, 25 teams in each one. So we're watching this first lobby now. This has Team Rocket in this lobby. They were the highest placing team during the scrims, during the practices, so they're going to be one to keep our eyes on. But we will be watching this entire match, and then afterwards, we'll either go to the highlights of the other one if it's already finished, or if it's still going, we'll do our best to jump in there and cover the exciting finale of that second match for y'all as well.
And Flowers, one more thing that I want to point out to everyone who is watching is that we are on a slight delay for competitive integrity. So there's a couple minutes delay in between, but what you're seeing, everything is still happening today.
Alrighty, so you guys are on a little bit of a delay from us, so we will not be able to interact directly and lively with the chat, but we'll always try to be getting in there, seeing what's going on a little bit. Right now, we still are early on in the phases of the game that are going to be a lot of resource gathering, right? A lot of going around. Find the treasure chest, kill off a few NPC enemies if you can, and just make sure that you're getting yourself in a good spot for when the PvP really breaks out. You're seeing that elimination feed on the left side of your screen start to flow in already. Couple of knockdowns going through, but remember, unless they come in with a full elimination, players will be able to revive their teammates and get back to full strength.
Flowers, we were talking about the styles in terms of the Ranger or the Warrior, but honestly, can we talk about another type of style? Our character customization style? Just like the in-depth customization that you can have with each of your characters, including like heading into the shop and choosing which outfits you want to do. I think someone had a pool floaty at one point. Like, I personally love that about this game.
You got a cool hat, Amelie? You find yourself a cool hat?
I got glasses. That's all I've unlocked so far.
All right, all right. So we can see here players just doing a little bit of early farming, trying to pick up some of these neutral monsters. The Drake there, if you hit it with enough fire damage, you can knock it down to the ground and then make it so your teammates can jump on it a lot easier. So picking up just a little bit of extra resources, farming that one down fast. We've actually got a machinist and a monk here in this group, which we didn't see a ton of during the practice rounds yesterday. Sorcerer, also the third pick here on this team, Lupus piloting that one. And it looks like they're mostly just concerned with continuing to roam around here in the outskirts, take down these weaker neutral monsters here with the Hedgehog Pies. I mean, anybody who remembers these things from original Final Fantasy VII, you fight them in the overworld and the plains. They're just as derpy as they are in this game. They're kind of just free money.
I'm super excited, Flowers, because as I mentioned, like, I'm just getting introduced to the Final Fantasy VII universe with Remake, and I haven't even made it outside of, like, the Midgar slums yet, so I'm like, oh, what's this as I'm running around, or oh, what's this, or when you go plateside on the other maps, like, this is all still so amazing and fun for me, like a new Final Fantasy fan.
Exactly. So I'm excited for when we get some of these big battles really start breaking out here in match number 1. There's still going to be plenty of time for that circle to close in, still plenty of time for players to walk around, do their resource gathering here right now. Switching over to a different party. We see in this one we got a little bit of warrior, a little bit of sorcerer, some ninja being picked up, but the PvP is breaking out. The health bars are going to be taken low as it's Paradox 420 who gets down first. Thunder Materia ripping off in the middle of the fight, trying to create a little bit of zone control, create a little bit of an opportunity for some movement as they press forward. You're seeing some ice fly out there as well as Hannibal's going to be taken incredibly low. The zone starts to shrink at the same time. This is the type of PvP scrapping I was talking about, looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, the Blizzard Materia being able to throw out those ice chunks, doing damage and also slowing people down. Super effective for these intense scrimmages and also super fun to watch.
Okay, so let's see if we can keep that going. Let's see if we can keep this tempo nice and high. You can see in the top left part of your screen right now, we still have 20 teams out of the 25 active, with 56 out of the 75 players that loaded into the game currently operational. And as I say it, another one gets down, so 55 remaining. Remember that if they were all at full strength, we would be seeing 60 players. So there's a couple teams running around a man down right now, looking to be able to get those revives, looking to be able to bring these guys back. Because as we get closer and closer to the end, as the circle gets smaller and smaller, and the opportunity for you to engage in PvP becomes more and more near mandatory, you don't want to be caught in a bad spot. You don't want to be caught man down. You don't want to be the ones having to approach a new spot at a disadvantage. So this is a time for teams to really poke around at each other, test one another's strength. If you got off to a good start, got some good drops from some of those neutral monsters, got yourself in a good place with your treasure chest drops, go out and look for some PvP. Try to scrap around a little bit, utilize that advantage early and often, but don't go too hard just yet. Save the big guns for later on.
I love this game's parkour, because usually when you think about parkour, Flowers, you're thinking about like, oh, okay, I'm gonna jump from a building to a building over here, I'll do a little roll or something. No, parkour in this game is let me scale this entire mountain. Like, no hands, we're just using our feet to run up it.
And it always makes it more fun to watch the more movement players have. That's one of the reasons why I was talking about the ninja class as well, and one reason why I like it so much is movement just gives you choices, and choices are one of your most valuable resources in a game like this, as Olmus now has to be very, very careful. Shiki 410 has already been knocked down. Olmus trying to see if there's any sort of a way to get in there, help that teammate out, but things are not looking good. Olmus having to back away now as Vince, Strife, and the squad move forward. They get the flank. Olmus is going to be knocked, and that looks like it should pretty much wrap it up there for Olmus's team as Vince just moves in, gets the angle, gets the elim, and keeps on pushing forward. 18 teams remain.
That was a good play, and that's what happens when not only do you have the number advantage, but you also have the high ground, Flowers. And look at that, we're looking from Benji's POV, our star player. Do you see what I did there? Because he has stars in his name?
Yep.
Flowers. Can you acknowledge me?
Yep, acknowledged. I gotcha.
But it looks like our star player is a little hurt right now, casting Cure on himself. Try to give him a little bit more HP. Are they out of potions already? Have they not been able to scrounge any up? Nope, he found some.
Yeah, that's one thing to keep track of as well as we move forward. Resource management going to be huge as more and more areas shrink, more and more neutral monsters are eliminated, and more chests have already been opened up. Those cure materia and the ability to regenerate HP, transform that mana bar into a health bar, essentially is going to go a long way, especially if you've got a sorcerer in your party who's able to regenerate MP and use those materia more effectively. But now let's see what we got shaping up here. It looks like a couple of squads might be finding contact with one another. Benji, King, Groot, and Riven all moving up. Padawan and Sentinus have this high ground here, but they've got to be careful because they have already permanently lost a teammate. They weren't able to get the revive off Padawan, taking a lot of damage. Padawan goes down, not completely out yet. Still an opportunity for the teammate to revive, but when they're already down 2 versus 3, now reduced to a single active player, things are going to be problematic. You can see the neutral bomb enemy there on the map, capable of dropping the bomb launcher if you defeat it, but could also be a big problem if it ends up self-destructing instead.
Oh yeah, it looks like they don't have to worry about getting third-partied by a different team right now. They just have to worry about that bomb who was in the area, but they take him down and pick up all that nice loot.
15 teams left, nearly at that halfway point with 41 out of 75 players remaining active. You can see 2 eliminations in the top left there, recorded for Team Riven and Benji and King Groot, as they're getting themselves into another little bit of a scuffle here. Riven gets down, you got to be careful about that one. Get back to your teammates, get back to those guys who are able to bring you back to life as their opponents do try to push forward, do try to keep this aggression going as they want to make sure they can't get away. I just saw a received Mega Flare pop up on the top of the screen there. That means we might get visited by our favorite King of the Dragons here very soon. It'll be really hard to miss if it happens, for those of y'all who aren't familiar. So if we see him, it'll be pretty obvious.
Yes, and a lesson that I learned from last night's gameplay is do not stand in the center. Don't stand in the center. Get out of it. That's an insta-death for you.
Get as far away from it as you possibly can. And let's see, okay, a couple of fire materia being thrown out here, just trying to utilize the range and power of that one, as Riven and Lawralt 13, both in a down state, both trying to utilize this terrain to crawl around, block the possibility of being finished off there. It's going to be King Groot pushing up first. Because King Groot closes the distance and the other side wasn't able to, it gives them 2 different wins. They get to move in, they get to save Riven, while simultaneously eliminating the downed enemy player. So that's what they were able to afford themselves by gaining control in the fight, moving forward, having control over that area. And now the problem is, there's 2 downed players here. Okay, both of those going to be revived now, so there they go, bringing them back. That was huge. The difference between having to play the rest of this out as one person versus getting both of your other teammates back, really big thing there for L1.
Is that a Cactar kite on Limitless's back?
Yes, it does look like that. Oh, Limitless is how you pronounce. I'm so bad. Nothing makes me feel older than not being able to read people's names right because they have special characters in them. I was like, L1 middle $signs.
I'm sorry, you don't speak meat speak?
I trolled it. I trolled it. That's my bad. Okay. So yes, Limitless truly living up to his name, being limitless and not ending up in a 1 versus 3 situation later on, bringing the buddies back. You love to see it. And unless, of course, you were the guys working hard to eliminate them, in which case, all that hard work has been undone. 39 players left now out of the original 75. The circle is getting much smaller, Avali.
It's okay, Flowers. I can help you out reading names as soon as the Japanese hiragana and katakana comes out, because I swear, I think my Japanese college teacher would be proud of me. I think one of our players is named Sephiroth.
Okay, well, that might be a little bit unfair if, considering this is supposed to be all of the average soldier candidates, and we end up getting the biggest, baddest soldier of all time in the game, but hopefully it won't come to that. Let's see if we get a little bit more PvP here. You can see the map pulled up on the right side of the screen. Players still a little bit all over the place. The circle continues closing in, but it has not forced a situation where there's really no safe spot left. Based on the practice matches that we saw yesterday, I fully expect us to get to that point when we're down to only a couple of teams. Everybody wants to do whatever they possibly can to maximize their chance of winning, and a lot of times that revolves around jockeying for positioning with those final couple of circles.
Flowers, it looks like player number 18 might be the only solo player left up. We just have the number, we don't have their name, but it seemed like they were, I guess, the only one of their team color still left alive on that minimap. So we may have just one team of 1, but otherwise it was looking like multiple teams of 2s and 3s.
Which is one of those things that you got to keep your eyes on. It's one of those things that you got to keep your eyes on later on. Once you drop to the point, like what we're seeing right now with Sin, sitting on a 1 versus everybody type of situation with both teammates down and unavailable, it's a little bit of a problem because it means that you're pretty much always going to lose a direct confrontation with an enemy squad just because you're outnumbered. Unless you are an absolute god gamer and can outplay 1v3 with limited resources, you're gonna look to third party. You're going to look to get involved in a fight that was not originally picked with you and be the difference maker. Mega Flare being prepared yet again, and here we go. Sin, what are we doing? What's the play?
So, I mean, if I was Sin, my gameplay, or actually, I think we saw that they only had one elimination on their scorecard. But if I was in their position, I would be hiding and just trying to take that higher placement to get as many points as I can for my squad.
Ooh, Zencross tried to peek out over the roof there, grab a couple of shots, but ended up just getting rattled as they flew back towards Zen. Now let's see if PH Premium and Yorlingus can move this one forward. Continue finding that pressure. Big damage coming down there. Uh-oh, what do we got going on?
Ooh.
Yeah. All right, everybody's falling back. Right? Everybody's falling back. They got to get away from this one. Get out of there before he makes his move. All right, okay. It looks like we got Ifrit out of there. Not too worried about him anymore. Now we're able to go back in. That's one thing that I love, too, about these big abilities. Things like a summon. Things that can really change the flow of a fight because they force everybody to reposition as the game gets smaller and smaller. As we get into these later and later stages as the circle closes in, positioning can matter that much more because forcing somebody away from a position will oftentimes result in making them go to somewhere that is strictly unsafe.
Absolutely. You see a lot of people still running away from Ifrit. We see a couple blinds going out. There's Ifrit again, striking down, causing some chaos with that summon.
Okay, we're down to 38 players now, so at the halfway mark, technically 37 and a half, but hey, it rounds up, right? 15 teams out of the 25 are still active on the map, but as you already mentioned earlier, Avali, not all of those teams operating at full strength, not all of those teams 3 players strong. Let's see how this one's going to shake out.
Ifrit's on top of the building.
Ifrit's just everywhere. He's having a party. He is loving this. He has become the main character of the show.
Loving it, and everyone else is just terrified and running away as we see all of the fire and chaos just start to rain down on some of these other players. I do like being able to fly away that we see Errol going right now. I also like the heart sunglasses. Those are fantastic.
Heart sunglasses? Is that the kind of sunglasses you said you got?
No, I got like normal glasses, but that's okay. Oh, and it looks like Alpha gets down.
Alpha getting down there. Looks like we might have a little bit of a scuffle up here. Blind thrown down onto the ground. Blind, one of those materials that can offer you a lot of support capabilities. Pretty much just like a smoke grenade in any non-fantasy world. Going to create the opportunity to blind your opponent's vision, make it so you can get a little bit more done, play around that lack of information that you put on them there. As you can see, they're jumping in, going after Premium. Krovax looking to keep this fight moving ahead, utilizing the arrow to jump up over the wall. That's the power of that utility materia, letting them reposition, letting them keep up the chase. PH Premium still trying to get away as Krovax continues going after him very aggressively here, putting the bullets down range, takes him down. PH Premium knocked over by Krovax.
And because they went down immediately, I wonder if they were the last person in their squad flowers.
That was bad news there for them, but honestly, I love to see the aggro coming out from Krovax. This is that reward that I'm looking for having something like a $100 extra prize for an MVP. I want to see these players seek out these elims. There comes another one. Krovax, creator, and this isn't, how do I say his name?
Ogfurto?
Ogfurto are all popping off. This squad is doing some good work here.
Or it's OG Furto. It could be Og Furto or it could be OG Furto, but they're also on Twitch TV.
All right,
That's
3 minutes from now,
part.
chat, whenever you hear us having this conversation, if you hear us say anybody's name wrong, please feel free to chime in and let us know how we're actually supposed to pronounce it. I would appreciate it. But of course, that'll be 3 minutes from now, so I'm talking to you guys in the future. Future y'all, I sincerely appreciate you helping us out as we still have 12 teams left. We still have 31 players active on the map. So we got a nice shiny crate here that Krovax is going to be able to secure.
It's a big supply drop, so any rare and kind of like powerful items or weapons are in there that they could potentially pick up and help them as we get into these final 31 players' flowers. And oh, there's a fight.
Okay, let's see if we can end up getting much out of this. Just going to be a Tonberry pickup. That's one of those rarer monsters that can be a bit of a problem, too, if players aren't taking it out correctly. Remember that if it uses its best attack, it can just take a player down to 1 HP, which can be pretty problematic if you don't have a lot of supporting items, you don't have a lot of heals. Another bomb up there on the top of this mountain. Can they get him, or is he just going to explode? Hold on, let's see. Come on, Mr. Bomb, what are you going to do?
I'll tell you my Tonberry story as soon as we see how the bomb is taken care of.
Looks like they should have him taken care of pretty easily here. Doesn't look like he's going to get too
Easy
spicy.
peasy
Yep,
for them.
he drops rewards, so we're good. He
Yeah.
didn't end up self-destructing.
I had to learn the hard way about Tonberry. Probably, I think it was in my first game that I had played, and I just ran up. I was like, oh, it's my little buddy over there. I didn't even shoot Tonberry. I think I shot next to him, and he disappeared momentarily, came back, stabbed me in the back, and I had 1 HP left. Flowers, it was not a great experience. I was scared.
Yeah, Tonberries are one of those things that, you know, throughout the history of Final Fantasy, they're one of the cute, cuddly-looking little monsters that appear in the game, and people kind of love them at a glance because they look like a little stuffed animal, but they're definitely not that in terms of their in-game effect on players, we will say. At least here in Final Fantasy VII First Soldier, it's not an insta takedown. It's just going to take you to 1 HP instead. But now watching Metal Zero, Jushi, and Omina, these guys just driving around in a Jeep together. You can see Krovax getting the knockdown onto Limitless there in the elimination feed on the left. Limitless not completely eliminated now, however, that health bar disappearing rather rapidly. I feel like Krovax's squad taking over right now with things getting closer and closer to the end. You can see Og grabbing the kill. Again, okay, Krovax taking out Limitless one more time. That looks like it might be the end here for the Limitless squad, as I do believe all were taken out. Back into the POV of the Krovax squad, Creator this time, running around on the Ninja. This team is doing so well.
Oh yeah, 5 limbs on the board right now as we're watching Creator. This squad is not only going to be placing high in terms of overall team rankings, but also they're picking up those extra points for those elims. Remember, 2 apiece, but capped at 14 for the first 2 rounds.
All right. Let's see how they want to play this one out. That circle is going to get much smaller here very soon. You can see the top right part of the screen, the map showing us where that one's going to be. 26 players on 11 teams left. Benji getting the knock on the Metal Zero.
He's a star. He's a star, Flowers, I'm telling you right now.
Shining bright. He's shining bright. All right. They're moving together. Everybody on this squad, Krovax, Creator, Og, they're all just moving together, move as a unit. They're coming up on an enemy player here. You can see Thunder Materia going down, using that to control the area, make sure that they're able to force their opponent back, and just having those sort of suppressing abilities that can force your opponent to move, especially when you outnumber them. You force them out into the open, you force them into a situation where they cannot win, and you force them into a spot where 3v1 advantage just cannot be outplayed. So there's another elim, there's another victory here for this squad.
And as we see the training zone shrinking even more, we're going to see all of our squads forced to go meet each other in the center and potentially start up some of those fights. Looks like we still have one more supply drop towards the south end of the circle as well.
Okay, let's see where this one goes here. Okay, pretty hard to hit somebody on a vehicle, so just going to be able to get away there on that one. 9 teams, 23 players. Still a couple of teams operating without full manpower here.
Okay, wait, chat has, from the 3 minutes ago, given us pronunciation. It is OG.
It is OG. Yes, thank you, chat. That's what we're talking about. See? Chat is the 3rd caster. Well done, chat. Good to have you here. Glad to have you here. Love to see you here. Circle's getting smaller, though, and everybody's going to be seeing a lot more of each other here very soon. You can see up in the top right of the circle, that's where the most players are. Got 3 hanging out on top of the rock up there that are going to have a nice vantage point, just sort of let everybody else fight it out a little bit. This is what I'm saying here early on, especially if you're near elim cap for your team. You can sort of just ride it out. Og under pressure. Taking a couple of shots, trying to get away from this one. Casts a heal to regenerate some HP. Still looking to fight this one out. Going right back in. There's 2 knocks right over there in the back left part of the screen. Parasite Dark now going to be eliminated. Nice gunplay coming out from Krovax, Creator, and OG.
This is definitely the squad for us to watch right now, Flowers. Many elims across the entire squad. I mean, they might have already reached the cap for this first round, but that's not stopping them from taking down more people.
And that's...
Shadow Marine is just hiding.
That's about proving a point. That's about letting them know. Shadow Marine getting into a fight here with Creator, but it is not a fair fight. Not when it's a 3v1. Shadow Marine ducking back around the corner here. Remember, if you're one of these 3-man squads and you come across one of these single guys left alive with no teammates trying to make something happen, best thing you can do, take them out. Because that means that they won't be able to third-party you. They won't be able to sway the fight later on, especially if you're the squad to beat. Take out anything that might be disruptive to the expectation. If you're doing the best, the expectation is that you win, and third-party solo players are one of the few things that can disrupt expectation. So if you take them out, all you're doing is making sure the game plays the way it's expected to, which is you getting a win.
What do you call them again? They're the run ruiners or the there's a term for it. I can't remember it right now, but there's a term.
In speedrunning?
No. Just like the spoilers. The spoilers is what you call
Oh,
it.
spoiler. Okay, I was gonna say, like,
Yeah.
I know people have referred to stuff as like a run-ending moment in a speedrun, but not quite sure about that. Anyway, final phase. Remaining candidates, 14. Remaining teams, 5. Jun Rio coming down here, trying to glide down into the safe area. The circle is getting very small. This is where the PvP is going to be demanded. We've already got Riven taken down into a down state now. Fiend and Nubis also going to be down. Nox DM taking the kill credit on that one. Fiend and Numis now nearly eliminated from the down state, as Jun Rio will be the last standing player here on this squad. Jun's got to try to find a way to get out of the aggro range on this one, get away from where the opponents are focusing, and buy a little bit more time. Remember, you get more points depending on how high you place overall, so they're just trying to buy seconds if things aren't going their way. Benji, trapped in a storm of thunder materia, gonna fall. Krovax, Creator, and OG doing a great job working together as 3 yet again. 3 teams, 7 players left remaining. Let's see if they can manage to get the rest of the elims here. Krovax and OG working together, taking down Dante. That's gonna be another one. OG takes down Weegriff as well. Krovax, Creator, and OG. It's them versus 2 here in the final firefight of round number 1. And Krovax, Creator, and OG are your winners of round number 1.
They started dominant, they picked up elims everywhere, they looked dang good while doing it, Flowers, and they are going to be the first round winners for this lobby. And what a treat we got, Flowers. This was like, we saw battles left and right. We saw this team come out and dominate. We got to see teams of 1 try to stick it out. We saw teams of 2 try to stick it out against the squads of 3, but ultimately it wasn't enough in the end for them. And a big congratulations to this first squad for taking that first round.
Awesome way to start out the day here in the Final Fantasy VII, the first Soldier tournament. Definitely some impressive moves coming out of them, and there'll be a squad to keep our eyes on as we move forward in the competition, move forward throughout the day, and see who can step up and take them on.
Absolutely, Flowers. Now, as a reminder, this was just our Lobby A. We still have Lobby B happening at the same time. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to toss to a quick break as we tally up all the scores, because let's be honest, math is very hard for me, and I need to break out a calculator to find out who gets placement points and elimination points to top out the standings. So everyone stick around, and we'll be right back with round 2. everyone, and welcome back to the Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier North American Championship. I'm Ovely May, and I've got Captain Flowers with me, and we just witnessed an amazing round one. And Flowers, I actually have some info. That team that we were watching was Team Rocket.
Hey,
so
it
that
makes
was
sense.
one of our top prelim. Exactly.
Makes sense why they were top in the charts beforehand. Of course, we don't have any display of which team corresponds to which players while inside the game, so keeping up with all the information at the same time, I'm usually just going to be calling player names instead of team names, but getting out of there and looking at that, seeing the performance that we got out of these guys here, hearing how well they were doing behind the scenes in the scrims, in the preliminary matches, it just makes sense, and it's showing me that nerves are not affecting them at all. They came here to play, and they're ready to show us how it's done.
After that round, though, Flowers, I'm sure that everyone is going to be remembering their names, especially all of their other lobby players, because that is the team that they need to take down. But listen, that was just Lobby A. We still had Lobby B happening at the same exact time. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights from that lobby.
Let's do it. Okay, so let's jump in here. I'm just going to try to familiarize myself with what's going on. As Almond Walrus downed and taken out there in 3 easy shots from Cold Flame. Jumping forward here a little bit, it's going to be Luciferian Ion and Duo Demon both downed as Fortress tries to fight this one out, find a way back into it, but then drops themselves. As let's see, we're jumping back over yet again. Here's another look. There's Cold Flame, who got the elimination earlier, but now on the receiving end of some of that damage, being chased down by Zimpai and Cody. As now we've got another, oh, there comes your sniper, there comes your aim down sights. Nice long-range takedown coming out from Lil Satoshi. As we switch back over again, Cosma, Legit Vocals, Scion. This is one of the squads that was doing really good during the practice yesterday, and it looks like that is going to be our winning squad from Group B.
So much action happening in both lobbies, Flowers. Again, this is only our first round and we still have 4 more matches to go. So I'm excited to see who kind of like, had to use the first round as a warm-up and eventually rises up to the top. But again, we have to know how all the other teams ended up scoring out. So let's go ahead and take a look at one of the score screens. And here we have the Lobby 2 score screen, and Flowers, take it away.
Holy cow! Okay, nothing else on this score screen matters besides the first 2 teams' elimination counts together. Remember, there are 75 players in a lobby. That means outside of your team, there are 72 other players. Team LSK has 22 eliminations. 22 out of 72 is 11 out of 36, which is nearly 1/3 of the eliminations of the entire lobby this team had. They only get credit for 7 of those. That's how much the cap stopped them. Everybody else in this lobby right now is thankful for those elimination score caps because Cosma, Scion, and Legit Vocals absolutely destroyed this entire lobby. I said First Soldier is going to be looking at, the regular soldiers of the soldier program and how they stack up against one another. These guys might as well be Sephiroth, Zack, and Cloud putting up numbers like this. This is not balanced. This is not even like everybody else has to get on these guys' level. Look at the damage they're putting out too. Nearly 3,000 damage from Cosma, 2.4k coming out from Scion. Legit Vocals a little further behind, but still 4 eliminations and 800 damage there. A lot of the other teams, their total eliminations coming up 3, 2, 2, 1, 5 up there in third. Team Fear, I'm going to give honorable mention to them. They are the only other squad that came close, racked up 14 eliminations of their own, getting some good damage numbers in there. LSK and Fear were 2 of our top squads from the preliminary, from the scrimming stage. These are definitely teams to keep your eyes on.
These are absolutely terrifying squads, Flowers. And actually, as I was paying attention to the chat, we saw a lot of LSK fans in the chat cheering them on, even though they weren't the, on-screen lobby at the time. So not only do they have the gun power, but they've also got the fan power behind them as well. These are the results from match 1 in Lobby B. And of course, Flowers, rank 1 at the moment is LSK with 44 total points, but right behind them is Fear with 42. And I just want to point out, look at the point difference between LSK in position number 1 and the Shimmer Squad in position number 10, 44 to 18.
So the big thing to remember here for everybody that does not recall the scoring system, you're only able to get points for up to 7 eliminations in round 1. So that means LSK and Fear are both going to max out. These are the top possible theoretical points for first and second is 44 and 42. These guys, A+, 100% of the course with extra credit. All right, these squads are there. Team Reverse getting third and still getting 5 eliminations, so they missed out on 4 possible extra points they could have gotten through getting those last 2 elims, so they're going to fall a little bit further behind here. And then Fall Guys Untouchable tied there at 4th and 5th with 28. Another tie between Lunchables and Tyler there at 6 and 7. And then the points start dropping off more rapidly as we get further down. But remember, because of the elim cap, because of the fact that they weren't able to shoot ahead with credit for those 20 different eliminations, this is still anybody's ball game. It actually stays double-digit scores all the way down until you hit position 20. So still plenty of time for everybody else to catch up and have a good round.
Exactly, Flowers. It's only match 1. So of the own, I do like to point out just at the bottom, team name not set, 0 elims, last rank, 3 total points for them. Do you think that if maybe they set themselves a team name, they would have scored a little bit higher, Flowers?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You shake those off. You shake those off. That's one of the important things about a competition like this, right? You've got to be able to have a bad round and then not care that you had a bad round. Mentally wipe that, jump into the next one. That didn't happen. Hey, cool, we're coming into the first round of the day. Let's rock and roll. Let's get this going. Because you can't just get yourself stuck in that spot. Remember, you get more and more opportunities to make more and more plays as the day goes forward, as the matches go on. So I'm hoping they can bounce back, name or not.
They've got so many more rounds left to make up that ground. But Flowers, that was for Lobby B. Let's go ahead and take a look at the results for Lobby A and see how everyone did in that score screen.
All right, Lobby A. So remember, this is the one that we were watching here live on the stream. Now, may I put your attention over on Team Rocket, because when I called out the domination of Lobby B and how the first place squad had 22 total kills, obviously I know you're not good at math, you've said it yourself, but 6 plus 8 plus 9, that's 23, and 23 is more than 22. So Team Rocket actually is the highest scoring team from both lobbies. Here in Lobby A, barely edging out the LSK squad on the other one. Corpse Cafe here in second place. They're going to end up with a total of 10 eliminations. And actually, Daddy's Redhead over there in third, they're coming out with 12 eliminations themselves. So actually higher elimination count total than second place, but weren't able to survive long enough. These 3 squads are the ones competitive at the top of this lobby. Everybody else you can see sort of falling into the same roles that we saw in Lobby B, where they're ending up with 2 kills, 3 kills. Got to give credit here over to the Zigbars, who managed to put together 7 total eliminations for themselves. That means they're going to be a little bit closer to the top. They do hit the 7 elimination mark. That is so big for the Zigbars. The Zigbars placed 7th or 8th overall in the lobby. Not a super impressive placement, but they jump up to 4th. Because of the elimination credit they got, they're only 7 points behind Daddy's Redhead. They're only 11 points behind Team Rocket, who got the 23 eliminations. That's why it's so important to always be playing for those elims.
Absolutely, and let's just take a quick glance at our top 10 right now. Team Rocket in position number 1. Oh, Synergy in position number 20 so far as we take a look at the second page. And let's see those final 5 teams and how exactly they are stacking up right now. And it looks like, ooh, Azure Dragon with 1 total point at the bottom right there with Onyx X and Jet, Frostwolves Clan, Tacos Crew. And this is the overall right now. Now, these are the overall standings that I should say, with Team Rocket and Team LSK, both of our first place teams from each respective lobby, tied for 44 total points. And of course, we have Corpse Cafe and Fear, our second place teams in the first round, I should say, with 42 points. And this is how it's looking for our top 20. And now this is going to be interesting, Flowers, because as we look at our next slide, this is where we're going to see the current cutoff with the top 25 teams.
And it's very close. It's very, very close. You can see the difference between top and bottom of the 20 through 30 rankings is a grand total of 6 points. 6 points is 3 eliminations. Get yourself 3 eliminations, cool. You're past the line, you're moving into the next round. But what I'm also going to say is this. The top of the table will become more competitive as well as we move forward, because for these top teams, 7 eliminations was not hard to get. Now that we're moving into match 2, remember that for match 2 and 3, you can get credit for up to 15 eliminations per squad. So that means that these top ranked elim squads that we're getting first, that we're getting second, they're still going to be maxing those out. and the pressure is going to be there for the second and third place teams to really kick it up a notch and stay competing with them, stay maxing out those elimination-based points.
Yep, Flowers, and it looks like as we're getting into match number 2, we are following Lobby B this time. So now we get to see how the other lobby performs as we got to see Lobby A go in match 1. And right now, I'm looking at the style game, and I'm enjoying the Chocobo hoodies.
Okay, so I want to point out, we're watching Cosmo, we're watching Scion, we're watching, this is that first place squad, right? This is the squad to keep your eyes on. Legit Vocals already downed at the start, so they want to make sure that they can get him revived, get the squad back to full strength as early as possible. Like, that's, unfortunately, sometimes it can happen at the beginning of the game, right? It can be a little bit RNG heavy in any battle royale, just what you get at the start. Do you accidentally bump into somebody who had a better weapon or whatever? Hey, it happens sometimes. They're back to full strength. This is the squad that got 22 kills. This is the squad that I would say are now heavy favorites to win this lobby again.
Absolutely. And oh, we got to see the rush. We got to see the rush as we mentioned in the pre-show, Flowers of the Warrior style. And I just love I love their outfits so much. Is that like a chocobo feather for their sword? What sword aesthetic is that?
Yeah, it's looking like a little bit of a chocobo feather there to me. Okay.
Right?
I see what you're talking about now. Yeah. Chocobo feather sword. I can appreciate it. Matches the teammate's chocobo hoodie pretty nicely there. But this squad, man, honestly, I don't know how ethical it is, but I feel like if you're in an area with a couple other teams and one of those other teams is these guys, you just try to 2v1 them. Because they're way too good. The earlier this team can be eliminated, everybody else in the lobby practically just has to strike an accord. Like, have a deal with each other. Hey, if we see these guys, everybody dogpile them. Because otherwise, they're going to run away with the lobby, they're going to run away with the scoreboard, they're going to run away with the points, they're going to run away with the win. They have shown in game number 1 that their skill is on another level. So I really think that everybody else is going to have to try to find ways to subvert that. Otherwise, they're practically taking the first place for free.
Something that I want to point out, Flowers, that's a little bit off topic, but yet still very relevant, is that while we're seeing a lot of Chocobo swag, I should say, on most of our players, Chocobos are not enabled for this tournament, Flowers.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You're not going to see anyone ride a Chocobo, and that clearly makes me sad, but for reasoning, I would guess that it's because I've hoarded all of the Chocobos. I now own all Chocobos, and I've built a little farm.
Okay,
keeping them all to myself.
Chocobo breeding. I mean, hey, it was a minigame in Final Fantasy VII, right? It makes sense. It was.
I'm excited for it. Do you think they'll have it in Remake? Or was it in Remake?
I'm not sure if it was in Remake. Again, I haven't got around to playing the Remake yet myself. I've only played the original game. But it's a pretty in-depth minigame, I'm not going to lie. It spans needing to go to locations and do stuff throughout the entire world map in order to get to the end of the Chocobo breeding family tree and unlock the most powerful Chocobo that can get you the most powerful summon materia in the game. But right now, we got a little bit of action breaking out as Vidoke Boo? I'm trying to pronounce it as Boo gets the knockdown there. Sometimes you just got to shorten the names. You got to go with the syllable that you know how to pronounce, and that's all I'm going to be doing here as Cody, Zimpai, and Boo work together to be able to find the takedowns, find the elims, and keep on moving forward, keep on collecting these resources early on in match 2.
Do you think people get scared when they see his nameplate?
Why would?
Because it says Boo.
Oh, I thought you meant, was it intimidating if he's a top? I thought we were getting into the top ranked player type of thing. Okay.
I would get scared.
Okay.
Do you know what a ghost's favorite fruit is?
I'm not doing this.
Bananas.
Hey, look, it's Squall Leonhardt from Final Fantasy VIII, critically acclaimed Square Enix masterpiece, along with Final Fantasy VII. Squall Leonhardt, how are you doing? Yes, except Squall's a dragoon in this game, so he's got a lance instead of a gunblade. I actually saw one of the ninjas earlier having gunblades, gunblade katanas. That was pretty sick. I was pretty happy to see those. But one thing I'm noticing, Ovely, by the way, when we were talking about styles earlier on in the game, a lot of these squads are running ninjas.
A lot. We're seeing a lot of it, and it's probably because of the mobility, like you had suggested before.
Well, hopefully we got some plays coming out here now. Gorgeous using the blind there to drop a smoke screen for a little bit of protection. You can see, though, the health slowly whittling away. Casts a heal to be able to get himself back up to a little bit higher HP. That's your arrow tornado that gives you the opportunity to fling yourself up into the air, gain some more vertical distance in particular. as Squall still on the top of the building right now. Teammates Stealth Storm and Azar Halon. They got to be careful a little bit. Looks like Stealth taking a lot of damage over there, separated from the rest of the team for a little bit. Gorgeous, JD Miller and VT working together, finding themselves an elimination of their own. Still 50 players through 18 teams left here, so 1/3 of the way through this second match in Lobby B. Squall Leonhardt's going to be found up in the air. They're trying to shoot him down, see if they can rip those wings right off, but Squall is flying away, and he's flying away fast. Unfortunately, does get downed here, so now somebody else from the team's got to save him, because Gorgeous is in hot pursuit.
You better watch out, because it looks like JD Miller is coming. He's gonna give you a hug with that big old cactar suit, and that's gonna hurt.
Oh no, Squall, there's no way out, brother. Good night, goodbye, R.I.P. Squall Leonhardt is taken down, and now the whole squad can just loot up, gather up anything that he might have dropped, and get ready to keep on moving on. Azar Halon, we were watching these guys a little bit earlier. That's Squall's teammate. Squall and Stealth Storm both downed right now, so Azar trying to get him revived. Hopefully, there we go. Okay, there's one. Still got to get Squall revived, so at least they're back to having two guys, right? One-man squad feels like you're just permanently on the run. All you can possibly ever do is third party. Two-man squad, you can at least fight back a little bit if your opponents are disjointed. Maybe try to knock one down and then have an even fight afterwards. But it's still going to be tough. They still really want Squall back here.
Absolutely, and it looks like, 50 players still up with 18 teams, and there we go. Squall is revived, and he's currently dropping down into the sector.
Alrighty, so they're back to full strength as King Deku takes out Capitan Tingular there over. You can see the elimination feed still constantly coming up with a couple of names here and there. Kimiko taken out while in the down state means bad news.
Better heal.
This is Almond Walrus that we're watching right now, just slowly sniping and taking down people from up on this hill. It looks like King Deku and their squad maybe trying to look at someone else right now, because it looks like they're not quite looking their direction, Flowers.
Okay, Almond Walrus, Hazard Zone, Cran Carry, just trying to get as many of these elims as they possibly can. So important now that elim cap has been lifted. Oh, gotta hit though. You gotta hit those sword hits. You gotta hit those shots. Charging back in, finding a couple of swings. Jiro tries to get away from it. Fire Materia connects, and it gets the down. Nicely done. Now trying to finish him off. There it is. There's your elim. Lil Satoshi also taking out Emperor Phazon. You can see that in the elimination feed coming out. Full elim, not just knockdown on that one, as Almond Walrus has the sword back out, back ready to go. Repositioning yet again. Nobody really concerned about all these little neutral monsters. The neutral monster's probably pretty happy about that game state, as Kimiko also eliminated there. Almond Walrus hitting those shots from very far away.
Almond Walrus just doing so much damage onto that opposing squad right now, Flowers, and it looked like they were just trying to run away or couldn't even figure out where Walrus was, but it looks like they are chasing down Darth Sin, who's trying to heal and get away, tries to rush out, but here we have another rush on the side of Walrus. Does not look like they're going to be able to escape, and they go down.
R.I.P. Nicely done there. Almond Walrus, Hazard Zone, Cran Carry working together pretty nicely here. You can see King Deku in the sights. Not going to be able to dial those shots in just quite yet. King Deku still at most of his HP. Using the terrain really well here. As you can see, the Mega Flare being prepared as King Deku gets knocked. Nicely done. Almond Walrus, the sniper here in lobby number 2.
Yeah, Almond Walrus is putting in so much work with that gun, Flowers, and I think it's kind of funny because they're the warrior class. So there's a joke in here about bringing a knife to a gunfight, or a giant sword to a gunfight, or I don't know, also happening to bring fireballs like they did in that last fight as well. Almond Walrus can do it all.
Almond Walrus is just the hero of the day here for this team. 17 of those teams remaining out of the 25, by the way. 46 players left alive on the map, and it looks like we're not stopping with the action anytime soon. High ground controlled by Zenpai, Cody, and Boo as they work together, but one of them does get down. Zenpai got to be helped up now by his team. You can see the blind thrown down onto the ground to provide some cover as they res their teammate, working together to get him out of that very sketchy situation, that very difficult spot, and protecting him from being fully eliminated.
Oh my god. Oh, sorry, Flowers. I just got scared when I saw that nameplate ominously coming out from the clouds.
You're really sticking with this joke, huh? I can respect your commitment to the bit. I have never seen someone so indebted to a pun before. I can respect it, all right? I can respect that. But the fights are continuing either way. The blind is thrown down in the middle, and the blizzards are summoned up to play the role of the turret there as both teams skirt around the edges of that blinding vision and try to find an advantage against one another.
Phase 3 Flowers, only 40 players left up across 15 teams, and it looks like Boo currently with 4 elims on the scoreboard for them, and he's dropping down right onto Walrus.
Oh, Walrus. Gotta be careful about this one. Walrus pulling out the sword. Walrus is down. Not gonna be hitting any more of those long-range shots from this state as Crancarry tries to get away from it. But Boo and Cody and Zenpai doing a good job together, pushing on these guys, finding their chance, finding their shots. There it is. Almond Walrus eliminated now. And Boo is gonna be the one taking the kill credit for that when you can see 5 eliminations up in the top left part of their screen as now Crancarry's dodging away from some fire materia, trying to outplay this one. Both teammates already down. Crancarry's only job right now is to get away, get these guys revived, reset a little bit. The fight has already gone the way of his opponents.
Oh yeah, Flowers, and it looked like Walrus was just put in such a difficult position. They were focusing on one of the other teammates of Boo, and it looks like Cody and Zenpai are trying to not make sure that Crancarry can escape and get those revives. They are chasing him down, and oh no, unfortunately he falls.
Crancarry just trying to get all the way out, Run away, buddy. There it is. There's that ninja skill that is so incredibly useful. Throw the knife into the terrain, jump to the point where the knife connects. It gives the ninja this level of mobility that other classes have a very difficult time keeping up with. So now Crancarry can hopefully get the distance he's looking for, but man, this chase is not going to be given up lightly. Cody and Zenpai still really looking to get this one done as Scion shows up on your elimination feed over there on the left, getting the down plus the immediate follow-up elimination, continuing to push forward here for this squad of LSK.
Is that a Chocobo motorcycle? I can't see the front of it.
It does seem to be a similar color palette to a Chocobo motorcycle. I wouldn't know exactly.
Crancarry is saying, I don't care if Chocobos aren't enabled right now. I'm finding my own loophole to be able to ride my chicken into battle.
Okay, Octopus eliminated. Cosma taking the elimination credit on that one. Again, another one of the guys from that top squad that we got to keep our eyes on here. Getting down to the last 15 teams. Circle getting smaller and smaller. Training zone shrinking. Even the game's agreeing with us. It's time to make that playable area much more conducive to some demanding PvP fights. Still got a couple of hedgehog pies hanging out that got to be careful that they don't walk in the middle of the road. Crancarry's like, all right, we'll pick these guys up for some free EXP and items while we can. Might as well. No reason not to. And okay, they just got control over the area for now. Hazard zone's hanging out here. We can see on the map that there are enemy players nearby, so it is going to be PvP here very shortly.
I think, Flowers, did you see where Crancarry hit the hedgehog pies with his bike?
No, I did not catch that detail. Hold on. Boo getting into a bit of a shootout here. Almond Walrus dodging away from the fire materia. I love the use of the fire materia to force your opponents away from cover, working together with his ally on the rifle there to make him go out into the open ground to secure the fact that they can get the shots. There it is. Fire materia going to get the first down, and that's Crancarry. Now going to be rescued by the teammates. Hazard zone backing away with Almond Walrus as they get pushed. Zenpai, Cody, Boo working together to keep this one moving forward. They don't want to give these guys a chance to recover. Almond Walrus and Hazard zone try to back away as Zenpai uses the arrow to fly up into the air and get an opportunity from an angle on some of this high ground on top of these silos. They still want to keep climbing up. There's Hazard. There's Walrus. There's the opportunity to keep it going, but now Zenpai's got to reset a little bit because he's too low himself. When you try to push 1v2, they have the chance to turn it around, but now Hazard Zone is back on the ground and he's got to deal with a fair fight. A fight that's not going his way. He will be down there, and now it's Almond Walrus trying to fight these guys off 1 versus 3. Awesome team play so far in this fight from Boo and Cody and the whole squad, and it looks like they're going to be rewarded with a full elimination here, 3v3.
Looks like Almond Walrus was able to successfully escape, but so good on the side of Team Boo, Cody, and Zenpai, because look at all those elims that they're just racking up. I believe, now I can't do math, Flower, so I'll leave this to you. Have they hit the elim cap?
I am not quite sure yet because since we switch back and forth between the players, I'm not sure where the elims are, like how many each person has. We'll have to check in after the game. I literally just don't have the answer right now. I do not have the answer right now. We'll have to see afterwards. But remember that the elimination cap for rounds 2 and 3 will be 15. So significantly harder to hit that value unless you're taking first place and just eliminating people left, right, and center throughout the entire game, but still very much doable for these skill cap squads, these guys that everybody else is struggling to keep up with. Preparing Mega Flare, I love seeing it on the screen. I love it when the Mega Flare comes into play. Bahamut has always been my favorite summon throughout all of the Final Fantasy series. I love anytime he gets to show up. But let's keep our eyes on Cosma and Vocals and Scion. These were our guys that we said we wanted to watch from the very beginning. And now they're going to find Azar here again, take him out effortlessly. Onyx pulling up there on that bike, just driving right on past, doesn't want nothing to do with this. And Cosma happy to just take the free elim there.
Flowers, one thing that we saw when we got to see the map and where all the teams were positioned is that there were quite a few people who were not anywhere close to the zone lining. So basically what we're going to see is something what's happening right now, where it's going to be a lot of people using the high ground and camping out that circle outer lining to potentially, you know, pick off Tifa right here, or to potentially try to take down Kira. It looks like completely taking out and eliminating Suki right there in that moment.
Yup, Tifa taken out with the long-range shots, and I do like seeing when players recognize, hey, I've got the ability to hit the long-range shots, let's play for the high ground plays instead. Now jumping down into a fierce melee to follow it up. JD in some trouble. That Cactar suit's not going to save him from this one. Gorgeous also in a down state, so these guys found themselves on the receiving end of a bad scrap here. Cosma, Legit, Vocals, and Scion just seem to have the ability to outplay their opponents in any situation.
Cosma got that!
Cosma is built different. Remember that yesterday during the practice, Cosma was the one topping the charts in the damage meters. There's another long-range shot here. Cosma is just making everybody within range absolutely suffer if they're inside his scope. Here comes another one. Let's see if he can hit these shots here too. A couple of those getting dialed in. You can see the ring continues to shrink. The pressure continues to be applied. Trying to get up the wall here. Cosma gets another knock. The marksmanship here, just incredible.
Flowers, what did I say? I said exactly what the strategy for Cosma should be. Too many teams were far outside that training zone circle, so Cosma could just pick up the sniper, wait there by the border, and pick off people as they were struggling to get within the training zone border. That was just perfect.
9 teams left, 18 players remaining. Funny enough, that means that the average amount of players left on a team is actually 2. This is a very low number of players active compared to teams. So a lot of teams are struggling with having somebody down, trying to get somebody revived. Cosma, Legit, Vocals, and Scion kind of being the exception to that as they're running 3 strong here, just continuing to sort of take over the show as this circle shrinks further and farther. And it looks like our final area is kind of going to be in this chaotic area with a lot of different altitude to take advantage of, a lot of different large rock and terrain structures to play around. You can see Onyx trying to get away on the bike. They don't want to let him do that. Scion's going to try to hit those shots, doesn't quite manage to knock him off.
Chat did confirm that that was indeed a Chocobo skin motorcycle.
All right, good stuff, chat. Thank you very much. All right, let's see how far we're going to go here. Still 9 teams left, 18 players still remaining. Cosmo, Legit, Vocals, and Scion, they're going to be moving up. Pretty much if we want to follow the action, these are the guys to follow because I feel like they'll always be involved. They're not just the team that wins by accruing resources and playing safe and smart. They're the team that accrues the resources and then knows that they will outshoot you and outplay you, and they constantly push their leads and eliminate as many enemy players as possible in the process. So let's see here as they keep going forward. One of those teams has been fully eliminated now, only 8 left remaining. Cold Flame, who we saw back at the very start of this match, getting a couple early elims, now in some serious trouble. Fire materia once again being used to zone these guys away, being used to push them back, not just away from the cover of the terrain, but outside the circle now, where they're just going to be taking that ambient damage, making it that much harder to find their own footing. Onyx still driving around on the motorcycle. Legit Vocal's going to be keeping him away. Scion jumping in, firing a couple of shots there just to keep him off. And all they're going to do now is outrun the circle, get back to safety, then plan their next move.
Cosmo was still picking off people as they were scaling this mountain, taking down, I believe it was Alimir that popped up on the kill feed. Looks like Cosmo able to heal himself up just a little bit with the potion as we see Vocals rush in.
Ooh, nice shot there. Cosmo getting some more work done. Oh, now they're just engaging with an entirely different squad. I love this, but this is Cody and Boo and Zimpai. This is another one of those squads that places pretty highly, that fights pretty well. This is the fight that I have been waiting for, Amelie. I want to see these two squads go head-to-head, and it looks like we're going to get it now that we're down to the final four. Onyx trying to escape here, going up into the air on the wings, but knocked down. 3 teams, 9 players remaining. That means it is a 3 squad versus a 3 squad versus a 3 squad. Everybody is full power. Oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be good.
This is going to be very interesting, as it looks like Cosma Squad is the only one that is currently within that training zone center, and it looks like Tifa's been chased down by Cody.
Tifa trying to get away from this one. Got to be careful. Cody continuing to try to look for opportunities to sling those materia around. You can see a bio on the fence. Remember, that's just going to create an area of damage over time, so stepping into that, sort of like being in a circle, you're just going to constantly take damage until you leave. As Tifa and Vintage trying to get away here. Cody continuing to fling out those spells. This is what I was talking about as the sorcerer, just giving you that extra materia ability, but who needs materia when you can throw hands? Nice job, Cody. Gets the down on the enemy. Hazard Zone actually takes the elimination on Tifa there, as Cody eliminates Vintage, and now we get into the real battle. Final 2 teams, final 6 players. Let's see if Legit Vocals and the crew can get the first place here yet again. Cody moving forward, but Cody's going to be down there. You can see the Thunder Materia creating another one of those zoning areas, and there it is, back to back. The champs, Legit Vocals, Scion, and Cosma getting it done.
Round 1 and round 2, Flowers. This squad is just telling everyone in that lobby that they're the ones who are in charge and that they are the team to beat. Back to back, and Flowers, I'm just going to go out on a guess here. I'm going to say that I think that they probably reached the elim point gap with that game, considering just how many elims we saw them pick up. That's just my best guess. I don't know. I'm just guessing here.
I would assume the same as well. These guys were absolutely just racking up the PvP highlight reel the entire game long. Special shout outs to Cosma. Gets my personal MVP award from the match. Just the amount of times we were looking down this guy's scope and he was hitting long range shot after long range shot, not just on standing still targets, not on somebody that's camping and unaware, but against players who were actively running, dodging, and moving, trying to avoid him. He still dialed him in. The guy is absolutely ferocious from downrange.
They were even accounting for like wind resistance. I would watch them try to scope, and I'm like, hey, the little crosshair isn't completely on the enemy, and they go, and the bullet just, it almost like curved in real time, Flowers. It almost curved in real time. That's how good Cosma is. Either way, Flowers, I'm gonna need a couple minutes to process all the action that I just saw from round 2 before we jump into round 3. And we gotta let our players get a little break as well. So we're gonna be taking a short break. So for everyone watching, stick around and don't go anywhere, because we've got round 3 coming up right after. everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier North American Championship. I'm Avli, and I've got Captain Flowers with me, and we just watched Lobby B take on their round 2. And Flowers, it was a lot scrappier than round 1, I would say, and I had a lot of fun with it. What'd you think?
It was absolutely a lot of fun to watch. Again, we gotta keep our eyes on these top teams because it's pretty obvious who are the ones to look out for and who are the ones topping the charts. We'll put it that
Definitely.
way.
Well, we did get to view Lobby B for that last round. Let's go ahead and see some highlights from how Lobby A did off stream.
All right, let's check in on some of the Lobby A action that we did not catch. Krobak's creator and OG, remember this was one of the squads that did really well in that first round, so not surprised we're going to be seeing some of their highlights here at the beginning of reviewing round 2 for Lobby A, excuse me, no such thing as number A. A lot of fire materia being flung back and forth here in this one too. This feels to be like the most prevalent materia used throughout the competition here today. A lot of uses in that of forcing opponents out from behind cover. Sort of hits like a grenade would in a game that doesn't have magic and would just depend on something else. Otherwise, Krobak's and Creator still trying to outfight him here at the very end. They're going to be taken down, and that will end our Lobby A. And I do believe now we can check in on results from both the lobbies after 2 rounds of gameplay.
I believe this might be the in-game score screen for lobby number 1.
This is Lobby A. Yeah, this is the off-air one.
So
this is the one we just watched
A.
highlights for. So
yeah, exactly. So this is what we were looking for, because Team Rocket, who was our first placement team for round 1, has now become second place here. So still racking up a lot of elims for those elim points, but unfortunately drop into second place, which is interesting.
No, there is so much to talk about here. Okay, nothing makes sense. All right, so let's jump into it. No, I'm serious. Nothing, based on expectation, nothing makes sense. So, Team Rocket, 15 elims, they end up getting second. This tells me that the end of the game had to be very chaotic. Cool Cats was hanging around. You can see Jun Rio from Cool Cats only put 19 damage onto enemy players. Jun was probably eliminated very early, and so Lucid and Fiend probably had to just fight on their own for a long time, ended up being able to third-party Team Rocket and whoever they were fighting at the very end to take the dub. But Team Rocket still got a lot of kills, still got a lot of eliminations. 7 plus 2 is 9 plus 6 is 15. They hit the threshold, and that's super important. They got all the bonus elim points, only lost 2 points for getting second instead of first. Daddy's Redhead, that's another one. Super pop-off moment here. 7 plus 7 is 14 out of 15, nearly maxing out their own elims, despite the fact that they only got 5th. They're going to get more points than Cool Cats did. Cool Cats, because of only having 4 elims in a world where you could get 15, actually didn't place as high as you would expect them to in this lobby, despite sniping a first place. Bold Saucer with 9 elims, 8 elims there for the Corpse Cafe. This lobby feels like it was a lot more competitive in terms of total elimination count compared to the previous one, as well as the fact that the team who did the best didn't end up placing first.
I really like the idea of Lucid and Fiend on the Cool Cats just hiding out, boding their time, and being able to snag that first place slot, because they said, hey, even if we can't get elims, we can steal away that first place spot and all of the points that come along with it. And would you look at that, they're now 5th on the ladder with 38 points. But of course, Team Rocket, as you said, Flowers, at the top right now with 58 points, a 8-point lead now over Daddy's Redhead, with Bold Saucer following right behind at third with those 42 points. These are the top 10, and we could take a look at how the rest of the teams in the lobby are acting up here, and it looks like not too big of a point differential. Well, actually, hold up. 19 to, what was that, 58? That's a pretty substantial point differential, Flowers.
We're starting to get to a pretty substantial point difference. Honestly, for the teams in here, you don't really care too much about the difference between yourselves and the top dogs. They're already 40 points ahead of you. You're probably not catching them. The thing that you've got to be more concerned about is avoiding the people on the next page. If we could scroll to the next page here, we're going to take a look at what the cutoff point value is. And that's what's really gonna matter. So you can see here, these teams that are down here just having 5 points, 4 points, 3 points, 1 point, whatever, these are the teams that are gonna be more in the danger of being eliminated once the 2 pools get combined together and we see where everybody is. So if you're not on that first page, I think your focus is starting to shift right now, because the first page from top to bottom gonna have about a 30-point difference. More than a 30-point difference is going to start to be very difficult to make up. So what I'm looking at for teams that are not on first page standing right now is the ability to guarantee that they stay in top half and they stay within striking distance of guaranteeing their participation tomorrow. I think now we have the results from Lobby B, which was the one we were actively watching in our most recent match. So let's take a look at that one and see how everything shook out because, yep, LSK, holy words I can't say on an official broadcast.
Chocobo.
Cosma, Scion, and Legit Vocals, 35 out of 72 possible eliminations. What?
And they can't eliminate themselves. -3.
That's why I said 72.
Oh, I can't do math.
So, wow. That's Cosma, 4,400 damage. Scion, 3,500 damage. This squad eliminated half of the lobby.
What? Flowers, look at
There's
third
nothing
place.
else to break down here. There's nothing else to break down here, by the way. Like, this squad was just supreme.
I'm going to break something down right there. Yes, LSK, Fear, huge props to the both of them. There were great fights. It was a great final skirmish to find that first place winner. But take a look at our third place squad right now. 0 elims across the board, and the total damage that they put up doesn't even amount to 500. It's less than 500, Flowers. That's like less damage than Legit Vocals did in their entire game. But the Devils are still going to be picking up those all-important placement points. They're not getting any points for eliminations, but those placement points that are so very important for them. And that's exactly what some of these lower teams that aren't able to pick up these elims in the game are going to have to do. Because look at that, the Tenta Devils, 0 elims on the board, but still within the top 10, 7th place right now with 26 points. Yes, they're more than 30 points behind LSK and Fear, who are at the top 1 and 2. But remember, they just have to be top 25 overall. And if they're 7th right now in Lobby B, that's looking pretty good for them. And they should be an inspiration to the other teams that we saw, Flowers, in the other lobby who are like in 25th place right now. Because what they need to do is they need to play sneaky, they need to play dirty, they need to third party, and they need to make sure that they just hide within that zone if they are not confident enough in themselves to pick up elims so that they could just get those placement points.
So something important that needs to be mentioned here. This lobby, Lobby B, is significantly more top heavy than Lobby A was. Can we go back to the previous slide for just a second? Because I really want to talk about this. It's very important. Because this is so top heavy, look at the difference just between first and third. First has twice as many points as third. Because the top 2 squads in Lobby B are devouring so many of the eliminations, you don't need as many points to sneak into the top parts of these lobbies. You don't have to get third to be competitive with the other teams around there. You can get like 7th, because 7th has the same amount of points as, like, the difference between 7th and 3rd is 6. That's 3 eliminations. So just the smallest little advantages can do so much, especially in Lobby B compared to Lobby A, because of how much of the total available points through eliminations are being consumed by the top 2 teams. 50 eliminations between 2 teams. Every team has 72 eliminations available to them. That is over 2/3 of the eliminations are just eaten up right here. That is wild.
They are absolutely elim thirsty. Let's go ahead and quickly take a look at the next 2 slides of teams that we have. Cactar family, 0 elims, 12 points on the board, and then our final 5, of course. Let's see, 1 point for the Hidden Leaf. They're hidden just like their elim count, Flowers. Absolutely indiscernible from human eyes.
They still got time to try to bring it back. We still have 3 rounds left today. Now, the worrying thing, especially for the people in Lobby B, because of the fact that the top teams are eating up all the eliminations, is our next round, round number 3, is going to have another elim point cap, 15 elims. Past that, you don't get anything. Rounds 4 and 5 of the day, there's no cap. LSK and Fear could end up with 200 points each, and everybody else has like 14. So...
But Flowers, before we start talking about round 3 and those all-important elim caps, let's go ahead and take a look at the overall standings, because would you look at that, Team LSK with those elims and that higher placement moves 2 points ahead of Team Rocket, who was our other first place for round 1, dropping into second place for round 2. 2-point differential there. Team Fear, of course, still up there with 100 points. Those are the 3 teams to beat in both lobbies so far, followed by Daddy's Redhead, Corpse Cafe, Team Reverse, and so on. Let's go ahead, because I'm getting curious now. There we see Flowers, 100 points. That's double what 10th was at around 50. So at 20, we have 36 points. I want to see what that 25 cutoff is. 29 points, Flowers. 100 points to 29 points. There is still so much more room in these next 3 rounds for these teams who are, again, maybe not racking up as much elim points, or maybe haven't been placing as high as they would like to. There's still so much time and room for them to be moving up in the ladder. Will they be able to catch up with the 100-point squad who is showing absolutely zero signs of slowing down? Probably not. Probably not. But can they catch up with the people who are only at 30 or so points right now? Abso-freaking-lutely. They still have so much ahead of them right now. And Flowers, something that I think is very interesting that we mentioned at the top of the day is, yes, we're seeing how all these players are playing out, but let's see how the styles are playing out. Because out of our 50 players, this is the breakdown of the most played styles so far. And would you look at that? Warrior with a 17.86% pick rate, as well as
to Ninja.
Look at the Ninja. Oh,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Ninja's the highest pick one. I knew it. I knew it. I'm new to this game. I knew it. Best analyst. Best analyst.
You know,
18.21%. Unfortunately for the Machinist, not a lot of people digging the hoverboards and the turrets there. So Machinist only had a 3% play rate. Probably not going to look too hot. But yeah, everything else actually pretty balanced. That's generally something that I always like to see in a game, is a lot of parity between the classes, a lot of reasons to choose a bunch of the different styles and just have different team compositions. But yeah, Ninja and Warrior both seem to be very, very popular here in the first half of competition.
Definitely. And I'm trying to remember some of the plays that I had seen from the last lobby. The biggest one that was standing out to me was, of course, the Warriors, because I enjoyed seeing those gap closing rushes where we saw, I believe it was Walrus who had made a charge, and then I think it was someone on the team of either LSK or Team Fear who was also making a lot of these bigger plays of just rushing up to people and just smacking them with the sword, while also being able to, play like Cosma, where you're able to hide up on the high mountain, the high tower, and just slowly pick people off one by one as they're trying to move into that training zone. But Flowers, as you said, still 3 more rounds to go. Round 3 will be starting very shortly. What do you anticipate to see as we move into round 3? Because I feel like we already had a little bit of a surprise upset with Lobby A and that team making it into the top 3 with 0 elims.
Right, I think the lobby differences, the lobbies actually have pretty unique identities right now. Lobby B is very much LSK versus Fear, and everybody else is also hanging out, right? Like, LSK versus Fear is who it's going to come down to, right? I think that those will be the top teams in pretty much every one of those lobbies. They are just that far above everybody else. A seems a little bit more chaotic. I expect for people in Lobby A to continue to embrace that chaos, do some wild stuff, try to get into more of what you're talking about with, hey, maybe we can't get any elims. Let's still try to sneak in a high-level placement anyway, play more of like this sneaky type of style opposed to that just strict PvP-esque. So yeah, I think both lobbies have pretty established identities now, and I expect to get more intense versions of what we've already seen from both.
And it looks like we are jumping into match 3 right now, and we are back to viewing Lobby A, and it looks like we are looking at Team Rocket's perspective. Now, this was our round 1 first place squad, and it looks like another team is dropping right on top of that.
Okay, so let's jump into this. We're back into Lobby A. This is the more chaotic one. This is the one that feels more like, hey, anything can happen. I think that's probably what we're going to be doing, is ping-ponging back and forth between the lobbies throughout the day. So Lobby B fans, we'll be back with you guys here in a little bit. But for now, Lobby A is the name of the game. And we do need to keep our eyes on Team Rocket. That's going to be one of the squads that everybody is always expecting to get some things done. And you can see here, already jumping into the PvP. There's no time for looting. There's no time for farming. There's players to fight. And Fiend Anubis already being down here. As creators got to be careful. Both teammates coming back in. But now he can outplay. They're just going to eliminate all of them right here. Jun Rio tries to get out from it. June's the last one standing here on this squad. It looks like June might not even be able to get away from it. That is a full squad wipe at the very beginning.
That's got to feel absolutely terrible because not only did they not pick up a single elim point there, but they're also going to get 0 placement points as well because first team out, no point for you.
That is rough. Nicely done from Krovax and Creator and the squad, though. As now we're going to take another look at some more PvP breaking out. This is what I'm saying. This lobby is so scrappy. Everybody's just willing to go running and gunning and trying to grab a couple of them elim points here. As let's see what Benji and his stars can get done. Moving forward, got to be a little bit careful here. Healing back up. Benji, the Dragoon, having the ability to use the jumps, use the wings there for a little bit of extra mobility, a little bit of extra exploring. Gets the knock on Ronaldo.
I wanted to point out that Benji is actually wearing a championship Chocobo hoodie right there. Look at that.
Yeah.
So Benji came like just with the drip, got the stars in the name, got the Chocobo hoodie, got like the matching, it looks like gun color as well.
See, that's what I'm
did
saying.
not
That's
come
why
to
it's
mess
important to
around.
have in-game titles and cosmetic stuff because it gives you clout. It's free
Yes.
clout. And clout's the most important resource.
Of course, if I was playing against Benji right now, I'd be like, oh, he probably has like a ton of Twitter and Twitch followers right now. I'm not messing with him. I'm not messing with him, and I'd run the opposite direction.
Unless, of course, you were on Team Rocket, in which case you're like, okay, let's just fight anybody because we're better. Because that seems to be what they're willing to do here in Lobby A. They're the one squad that, remember, when we were looking at those top 3 that have a pretty significant lead over everybody else overall, Team Rocket's the ones up there with LSK and Fear from Lobby B. So let's see if they can continue their domination here in this one. Maybe Benji and the squad can take it back off of them. You can see we've still got a very, 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 very large playable area as the circle hadn't started to shrink at all just yet. Teams are all over the place, picking up their resources, trying to get themselves to a good enough spot to keep on pushing. King Groot playing the Sorcerer because you got the little wand next to his name there. Sorcerers I want to talk about because we've been seeing so much materia use, especially by the top squads when we're watching their cams, when we're watching them do these fights. So much of a game like this is your positioning. It's being able to find cover, it's being able to take fights that are advantageous, and using these smoke screens from the blind, using these grenade-like effects of fire materia to force opponents away and out from behind cover, to set it up for the guy on your team that can dial in those headshots like what you were talking about before the match started. Proper use of materia really gives you such an incredible edge, and that's one of the things I'm really going to be looking for from these squads that decide to go with a Sorcerer, because you're investing so much into that enhanced effect.
Mm-hmm. And as the training zone starts to get smaller and we get all of these very nice little bird's eye view of these different districts and sectors, it looked like we were looking at the entertainment district. One thing that I want to call out as someone who is, excited to jump into the Final Fantasy VII universe via remake, there are so many different iconic locations from 7. Like I saw 7th Heaven as we were going through Sector 7. Were there any spots that were kind of like standing out to you as you were watching some of the gameplay?
I just think it's really cool that they have all of these spots as places that you can explore here. Love the fact that we've got like the miniature version of Wuhai over there as well. A little bit of a shout out to Yuffie. So hold on now.
Oh no.
Do you see what I see?
Oh no, flowers.
Do you see what I see? Excellent job. Thank you, camera observers, for showing us someone waiting up in the sky to bring a little bit more excitement here into our match number 3. 20 teams still left alive. One of those 20 teams, of course, Team Rocket. They would love to blast off with Bahamut. I'm sure get a little bit of extra power through that one.
How was Bahamut born or created? I'm curious,
so-
like in the lore. I'm actually curious. I'm really curious.
So I don't remember exactly. I know some of the Final Fantasies go more into the lore of the summons, aeons, eidolons, whatever they have different titles in like every game. Some of them go more deep into the lore of what they are and how they came to be. Others don't. It's just like, hey, they exist. Nice. Elim coming out there. Apple Cider 750. Going to be taken down. Going to be eliminated. And that's another one in Team Rocket's trophy case. I don't know who stops Team Rocket here. Really, I feel like it's going to have to come down to what you wanted to see earlier, Avali. Some sneaky shenanigans, some backstabs.
Well, Team Rocket placed second in round 2, didn't they?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's the way it's got to be.
That's what you mean. Oh,
Yeah.
I understood. Yeah, I mean, it's all going to come down to the fact that, remember, this is a BR, Battle Royale. That means that almost anything goes at the end of the day with these fights. Yes, being third-partied can feel just really bad and really unfair, but that's the name of the game. It doesn't matter if you're rocking with 30 elims on your team, you have to be the last one standing if you want to take that first place placement.
Well, Limitless will not be the last one standing here, at least not without a revive. Team Rocket getting the kill on that one, and I remembered how to read Limitless's name, despite the fact that it contains numbers and dollar signs, which made it hard in the first time. So, at least we're making progress in terms of the reading comprehension here for me, as Laurent, oh no, this is bad news, Bears. Laurent has already got both of his teammates down. He's trying to be the one that can save the day, sort of perform the reset here for these guys and get them all back to fighting shape. But they're looking to finish him off. Team Rocket does not want to allow this to happen. If they get this kill, that whole squad's gone.
I wonder if there's a meta where Creator allows Laurent to live and revive so that Creator can get more elims from taking down the teammates after they're revived. Is that too meta?
I don't know. I'm not actually sure. I don't know if you could end up trying to make it go that way, but it doesn't look like Team Rocket wants to make it go that way. It looks like they're much more concerned with just eliminating one of these squads right out of the gate, and there it is. Okay, that is the elimination coming through for Team Rocket yet again, guaranteeing that three-man squad is taken down. If I remember correctly, that squad did pretty well when we watched this lobby in round number 1, so they probably recognized, hey, this is some of the tougher competition. This is one of the squads that'll probably make it later on. Let's just go ahead and take them out early while we have the chance, and I usually agree with that line of thinking, as we've got more PvP breaking out now. Oh, George, it is not the summer of George here today. He's out of the picture now, eliminated, as Dante and VGraph and Nox keep pushing forward.
I do agree with you on that strategy of, hey, let's try to take them out if we have decent gear right now. Maybe they haven't found the gear that they want. So as it's very much in the early stages, let's hope that we have the upper hand and then just try to take them out early before they can scale.
Yep, sometimes you got to go for the chaotic play, right? It's again sort of what I was talking about with expectations in the previous lobby. You can generally get a feel for the team that is expected to win. And if you're the team that is expected to win, that means you're also going to be the target for more wild, chaotic, hold on, what the heck is going on here type of plays from your opponents, because they know that they're not going to beat you in a straight-up fight. They've got to do something creative. They've got to do something clever. Nox DM healing back up here, continuing to try to fight through this one. Nox playing the Monk, which we haven't seen a whole ton of play out of this style either. Going for another heal here, but also getting rushed. Nox going to be downed from that one. Notice that Dante also in a down state. Means it's VGraph, and he's the only one who might be able to save this team right now. Creator also downed, going to be eliminated there. So Team Rocket losing a player, going to have to find a revive station to get him back.
Yeah, and that was actually a pretty good fight on the side of Nox and their team as well, like really holding their ground against the lobby leaders. So, giving credit to where credit's due, it was a tough fight to go into, and at least they were able to take one out. But, of course, at the cost of 2 of their own.
Hey, VGraph, this is the guy that you want to still be left alive, though, right? He's a warrior. He's got your dash ability. Like, this is the dude that you want to be the hero, right?
Nah, man, he's got the what is it, the Shinra core mask on, right? They're the enemies right now in Remake.
Okay.
They keep trying to shoot me. Show me a Chocobo hoodie, okay?
Okay,
yeah,
so
show me a Viking
all right, so you
helmet.
cheer for
This
people
is what I
strictly
cheer
based
for.
on the clothes.
Yes.
Okay, how do we feel about
that.
puffy jacket with the Viking helmet? I'm kind of digging this one.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's Creator right now on Team Rocket. They've got the drip. It was Benji
and they've got him back too. Remember, they had lost Creator. He was down. They managed to find the revive station, bring him back up. So that's another one of the difficult parts about fighting these really good teams. Usually part of being a really good team is knowing the map inside and out, knowing where you need to go, where you're at, what your pathing is going to be, more than just one single step beyond what you're doing. So if you down one of these guys and don't manage to complete the job, don't manage to seal the deal, they'll probably be able to get themselves back to full strength pretty effectively. Benji using that Dragoon jump there to soar up to the top, get himself some high ground.
Whoa.
All right, let's see. Can you hit these shots? Okay.
I can't tell if...
I don't know.
We'll never know.
Well, I guess we will never know. We'll have to switch back over as a Mega Flare is being prepared. I really hope we get a sick Mega Flare moment from Bahamut at some point here.
Yeah, I would really like to see. You know what? Because they're pros, I don't think that they would perish at the hands of a Mega Flare like I did, unfortunately. But I would still like to see the chaos around it, you know?
It's a good elimination, though. Like, if you get eliminated by that thing, at least it looked really cool, right?
Oh, Flowers, you know what that spells up in the air?
Oh.
Da, da, da. I don't know how the theme properly goes because I'm also tone deaf. But that does spell in katakana Sephiroth, who's dead now.
Oh, I thought you were reading a message in the game. I couldn't tell what you were going for. That was definitely not what we did.
There was a disconnect. There was a disconnect, but we've got it now. Well, anyways, Sephiroth in Japanese katakana is downed.
Okay, all right, we're back. I lost the plot a little bit there, but we're good to go. And now we're getting into a little bit of battle here. Let's see what we got inside of this one. Is anybody actually going to show up and try to fight these guys? It looks like we've got a couple players on the outside of this building. Buildings, I feel like, can sometimes be a trap in games like this because it can feel good to be inside the building, have control over that area in case somebody comes in and tries to get you. But if too many people show up, all of a sudden you're the one stuck on the inside of this thing having to fight your way out. As, okay, the hoverboard here for Shadow Marine. This is one of the things that you get for playing the Engineer class. Remember, this is the one that only had about 3% play rate so far, so there's a reason this is the first time we're seeing it. It is the underplayed class, but the hoverboard's pretty cool looking.
It is pretty cool. You got kind of like the two jet engines sticking out from the back, propelling Shadow Marine forward. And you know what? I'm digging the fit. I am very much digging the fit. And now it
reminds me a lot of Renoa from Final Fantasy VIII. I feel like it's the Renoa outfit. I don't know if that's intended or not, but it very much gives me Renoa vibes. It's mostly the blue.
Maybe. I mean, there's a lot of Final Fantasy just like vibes and cosmetics and stuff just in the game so far. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they took inspiration from that.
These guys fighting the neutral monsters here, or are they... Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, they're just going to use...
Oh, what a
right,
great...
never mind, that's fine. Okay, PvP breaking out. The neutral monsters are no longer the goal. Instead, they're going to be seeing who they can find here. There's... Okay, nice Elim. Creator out shooting yet again. Team Rocket. They got good aim, man. They got good aim.
They just don't miss, Flowers. And I really did enjoy the blizzard being thrown out on top of that pipe, being able to not only deal damage, but also just slow down their enemies as they were trying to run away, get out of there. Just makes it really easy for them to take them down. As X-Blade caught outside of the wall, making himself an easy pick for Creator.
Good shooting coming out from Creator there, landing those. There's the elimination to follow up the knock. You can see it coming in the elimination feed on the left side. Honestly, lots and lots and lots of dudes hitting the floor right now as firefights break out in a few different locations. We got 3 different teams embattled here right now, right outside of Corneo's mansion. We'll see if they can keep this going or who's going to be the first to break ranks and retreat, try to get away from this one. We've got a knock on Bartimus over there. Looks like OG should be able to finish that one off. That'll be another kill over to the side of Team Rocket as they continue farming up these points and moving up the ladder in placements. 15 teams still remaining, but only 31 players left. Means a lot of these teams are missing players.
And as the zone slowly starts to close in, it looks like we have 2 teams right next to each other outside of the border. So we are going to see some sort of a fight as Olmus takes down Sentinus on the Elim feed, and Padawan takes down Olmus. Look at that.
I love how crazy this is getting. This is so good. Everybody's just deciding to jump into these fights. Everybody sees somebody else going at it, and they want to jump in and be the third party, and then somebody else shows up to third party that, and the hedgehog pies are still running around just saying their little hedgehog prayers that they're not the ones being targeted.
Happy.
And then I cast or curse the hedgehogs, and now they're dead. Oh, no, there is so much going on.
They were so happy to just be jumping up with their little tongues and their little bellies until, you know, Creator in the squad just kind of rolls up on them. Oh, and would you look at that? Ronaldo has the high ground, trying to slowly pick off OG and Creator.
I love that. I love that. Get yourself an edge over one of the top squads. See if you can catch them by surprise. Doesn't manage to land enough shots, get enough hits to go for the full Elim there, go for the full knock. Instead, it looks like we're actually going to get a knock back the other way from Team Rocket, finding somebody on their way out. As we're still watching the perspective of Ronaldo, Premium, and Yorlingus as they're trying to push forward. You can see Materia flying back at him. Thunder creating a zone of control. That Fire Materia lobbing forward, creating a threat that you must prioritize dodging. Otherwise, those things, we've seen them take off 40%, 50% of somebody's health bar.
Flowers, I'm curious. It looked like we had, I believe the name was 8-Bit Superhero on top of that mountain. They might be the only person from their squad up because I don't see anyone else with the same colored team name or logo next to them. I think they're just boating their time and waiting on top of that mountain for that zone to shrink yet again. Because, again, solo squad, you have to play sneaky, you have to play dirty, you have to play smart.
Got eyes on me.
Exactly. You've got to do anything you can to survive as long as you can once you're in that doomed situation. So we'll keep our eyes on 8-Bit Superhero hiding out there on the very top of the mountain, just trying to stay away from all these guns and swords and bullets and spells, just wanting to bide some time. Creator, now, in the sights. Let's see. Ronaldo, what do we got here? Can't quite hit the shots. Can't quite get them where they need to be. Taking a look at a bird's eye view. You can see Team Rocket here in the middle of your screen, hanging out at the entrance to this valley. Over on the other side, as the training zone starts to shrink yet again, means we're going to be forcing out some player movements once more. Ronaldo's still just looking to snipe here with this, is playing the Ranger class, so does have not only that scan ability that you were talking about earlier, but remember that Rangers are not subject to the same bullet damage fall off at long ranges that other classes are, so generally lends itself to wanting to play this long range sniper style.
Yeah, I would love to actually see if we could see what 2-Bit or Superhero is doing right now, because they're the ones who are hiding right on top of that rock. And I'm curious if they're going to be moving. I think they're player 31 in that northern corner right there on top of the mountain. I wonder what their strategy is. I would really like to see what's going on through their mind right now, because again, that's the, oh, there they are. They're dashing upwards. Oh, they're going to try to fly to safety right now, Flowers.
Okay, 8-Bit Superhero, it's time to run. Discretion is the better part of valor. Snow of the Frostwolves and Dominus both unavailable to summon back into the game. So 8-Bit Superhero taking the fate of the entire team in their hands, just trying to keep on going. They're guaranteed to at least get 9th in this lobby. Guaranteed at least position 9 out of 25, and it looks like with more eliminations rolling in here on that feed on the left side of the map, they might be able to place even higher, but they've got to prioritize running away. Honestly, if you're not one of the big squads, if you're not one of the top dogs, you probably want to focus 8-Bit Superhero down more than the top teams do. The top teams, if you're contesting for first or second or whatever, you're not concerned about 8-Bit Superhero because this person is not going to be able to beat you at the very end. If you're one of these other squads, this is one of the easiest elims you could get to guarantee more points for yourself. Right? If you're somebody who thinks, okay, 7th or 8th is probably going to be my cap, go kill 8-Bit Superhero, guarantee yourself another +1. Krovax, nearly dead.
Krovax is low.
Got to be careful about that one, yeah. Creator, also very, very close to an empty health bar. Got to be careful about that one. Krovax, eliminated.
Damn. That
This
going
is
to
getting
hurt for
spicy.
Team Rocket.
Team
Creator,
Rocket.
less than half HP right now. Krovax, I don't think they're going to be able to find that revive. And OG being ticked down a little bit as well. We see, looks like Creator trying to go for Ronaldo, who has, again, the high ground right now. And that zone is going to be continuing to shrink in, Flowers.
Okay, materia are starting to fly out. Creator and OG. Oh, OG's taking some hits. You can see that health bar dropping very rapidly. Creator falling back now, I think, trying to get back over to OG. He knows he won't be able to do anything for Krovax. OG is down. Could this be the end of Creator? Could this be the end of Team Rocket? These guys might go out at 6th or 7th. It's all up to Creator. If I'm anybody else in the lobby right now, I'm dropping what I'm doing and I am gunning for Creator. You can eliminate this squad right here. He doesn't have a lot of resources. He's got 1/3 of a health bar. He's not in any shape to be able to defend himself. Everybody else needs to smell this blood in the water and get chomping.
There is the full team with Team Groot right now. They have full HP, and they're slowly closing in as a team of 3 into this zone. Creator, as you said, all by himself, 47 HP. That is not a lot of hits that he is going to be able to take by anyone, but it looks like the teams of Ronaldo and Benji are colliding at the top of this mountain. Ronaldo throwing down the cure, and it looks like they're going to start a fight.
Okay, it breaks out yet again. Last 7 teams, last 14 players. Ronaldo got to be careful about those fire materia. Again, when you're playing the marksman, you want to be able to hit those long-range shots. But up against some of this powerful AoE and closer range stuff, it might not feel as good. Premium, downed, but not eliminated just yet. Still has a little bit of the health bar left. But it looks like Ronaldo and Yorlingus cannot get there in time to perform any sort of a rescue, any sort of a revive. Now King Groot, Benji, Riven, continuing to look forward to this, continuing, trying to push up and find more of a fight. They've got the health bar advantages. They've got the lead. They've got the high ground. Everything says they should be pushing and looking for even more. Yorlingus and Ronaldo trying to disengage, get away from this one a little bit. They're using the cover. They're using their spells. They're using their heals. King Groot, who we're watching right now, playing the Sorcerer, having the cure.
Oh.
That's going to give him such a battery of health to be able to make sure he's constantly topping off the squad. You can see him walking around, cast the cures, cast the heals, keep everybody ready to go. And Creator is still just trying to get out.
Creator actually being able to take down Ronaldo completely with that super low HP, being very, very sneaky, but still managing to pick up another Elim Flowers.
And honestly, having Creator be the last one alive on this squad while he plays as Ninja, this gives him a lot of tools to evade. He's trying to play as sneakily as possible. He's using the movement, the invisibility, the opportunity to really just get all over into all sorts of wild different places. And now he has tucked himself inside this corner. It does look like he may have been found out, though. You can see here, popping the invis, making it so it's harder for anybody to find him, wants to just continue to get away and find some chance to get himself out of this. Zone shrinking yet again. Let's see what Creator can do. Walks back into the building. Not a lot of resources to work with.
Having like a Ranger with Assess would be great for picking up where Creator currently is. Being able to use that skill, use that ability, find him out. Even if he's hiding behind a rock, even if he's hiding in a building or something like that, Flowers are going to be able to pick him out and immediately take him down. So he's got to be very careful. But he is smack dab in the middle of the zone right now, so safe from the zone for the moment.
Unfortunately, we are seeing the timers expire on his teammates. You can see that it just ran out on Krovax, and OG only has a little bit of time left until his is done now as well. So let's look back at Benji and Riven and King Groot. This is one of those squads competing for that first place spot. Aaron Zigbar, the Zigbar squad, remember the one that placed 7th or 8th in round 2, but managed to get enough eliminations to outscore a lot of the other teams that finished ahead of them. This is a squad that could also look to take it, also look to grab that first place spot here. 7 teams and 10 players, 6 teams and 9 players. We're getting down to the very end of it, and it's an absolute madness show here. 5 teams and 7 players left alive as King Groot, Benji, and Riven still have a really nice spot here with this high ground. Fire Materia starting to fly around as Creator goes invis and looks to buy a little bit more time yet again. Hops on the motorcycle, ready to try to run away, but that doesn't look like it's gonna go too well for him. King Groot still up here on the high ground. 4 teams remaining, 6 players remaining. 3 of those players are on the same team, which means it's 1 team of 3 and 3 single men running around trying to figure out a way to fight back. This favors this squad so heavily. All they have to do, play it by the book, play it slow, play it right, you're gonna win this one. 4 players and 6 teams. Everybody else that is not on that squad is each alone, including 8-Bit Superhero, who has been alone since there were 12 teams left. 8-Bit Superhero has managed to make it into what is the top 4, top 3 perhaps. Groot, Benji, and Riven, it should just be a matter of time before they're able to find the win here. Yorlin's one of the only ones left on that other squad, trying to just stay alive as long as possible, sitting on top of the pipe here. 8-Bit Superhero also still barely hanging on, 1% HP. It's just kind of up to King Groot, Benji, and Riven. Whoever they find first is who they're going to go after. 8-Bit Superhero is down, but 8-Bit Superhero's team will get 3rd place because of his incredible efforts to stay alive for the longest possible amount of time. And now it's just Yorlingus. This is a funeral, my friends. We're just gonna hang out and see how long it takes the other squad to be able to take him out here. Does have high ground to buy himself a little bit of extra time, but 1v3 is not the name of the game. GG, well played. Benji, Riven, and King Groot taking round number 3.
Look at that. I told you that he was a star at the beginning of the round, and with matching championship jackets for the entire squad, Flowers, of course it had to be their victory for that 3rd round. But what a chaotic way to end that round there, Flowers. As you said, there was 1 full team of 3 and a bunch of single and potentially very, very scared other players. I did want to point out Bit, because they were around and alive for the longest time. Something, I think there were, what, 9 or 10 teams still available?
It was a long time.
A long time. They went from mountain or to different platforms. They were hiding 2 HP hiding behind that loot box, and yes, they were taken down in the end, but still, they were able to also find elims as they were left up alone as well. So, whew! That was a very crazy round. Team Rocket, the team who was lobby leading, being taken down a little bit early, and I believe that we're going to try to get a interview with one of their players very shortly if they have
let's go.
time for us. But Flowers, that was a round 3.
Yeah, that was around 3, and I honestly was really excited by the way that it went. I said that Lobby A is going to be the more chaotic lobby. I expect it to get even more and more so as we go on. You pointed out how you wanted to see more teams that may not necessarily be racking up a ton of elims, continue to try to just play sneaky, play smart, and find higher placements. 8-Bit Superhero did exactly that. It's exactly what you were calling for. Even if you're not getting all the elims, even if you're not being the ones running the lobby, you can try to just hide and subvert your way to the top of the table, and taking third in a chaotic finale like that, nothing to be ashamed of when you were all alone for half the game.
Oh yeah, I said it had to be sneaky. I said that they had to play dirty. They just played it perfectly, Flowers. They played it perfectly. So even though they weren't able to, maybe secure that first place, they're first place in my heart, Flowers. Is that fair?
I think that'll work good enough, but maybe not for the standings. The standings in your heart, yes. Maybe not the standings for real. But I will be excited once we do get to see the standings, which will be here in a little bit, after things get updated, after we're able to run the math and everything, because this makes things a lot more interesting because of the fact that Team Rocket was not able to dominate to the degree that we were expecting. Because, yes, Creator might have done a pretty good job being able to buy some extra time, survive for an extended period after being stuck in that single-man situation, but it does mean that there's a lot of points that they weren't able to claim. And this also means that for Team Rocket, in comparison to the two big dogs from the other lobby, right? That means that they're going to fall a little bit further behind them. It was those three at the very top, all within a couple points of each other, then about a 10-point drop until 4th place. Now Team Rocket is going to be a little bit further behind, and it'll make things a bit more fun to see the differences between the two lobbies.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Now, before we get into that round for our second to last final round of the day, we're going to be taking a quick break. But when we get back, we're going to have even more gameplay for all of you, so don't go anywhere. and welcome back to Final Fantasy VII, the first Soldier North American Championship. I'm Aubrey, and I've got Captain Flowers with me, and we just watched 3 amazing rounds of gameplay, and we still have 2 more matches to go. Now, we were able to just watch Lobby A on stream, but during that, Lobby B was fighting for their lives off stream as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights from that match. It looks like we are following Zenpai, Scion, and... oh no, this is legit vocals right here.
Yep, so this is one of those squads that we want to keep our eyes on all the time. You can see here Captain Tingler and Darthson coming in, trying to get a fight going, despite the fact that they're down 2 versus 3 compared to most of the other squads. Still, Cosma, legit vocals, Scion, Team LSK, been running the lobbies, topping the elimination charts across both lobbies very easily. Cosma actually getting down here. You can see the Ifrit showing up once again, running amok, causing a lot of chaos as Scion gets eliminated. But now we're going to jump back over here. Zenpai, Cody, and Vidoke. This is one of the squads that was also competing towards the top of the table, but now their health bars are going to be severely limited. Captain Tingler now knocked down here as well. This lobby went absolutely crazy.
That's an upset, Flowers. That is an absolute upset. We saw Team LSK get absolutely destroyed, and I'm going to be honest with you. I had a little bit of a spoiler. I saw, I think, legit vocals in the chat starting to type,
okay.
Oh man, I think I made a bad call. So let's go ahead and take a look at the final score screen of Lobby B for that game and see where everyone ended up. And would you look at that, Flowers? Fall Guys, our first place squad with only 8 kills on the board. Chaos Bringers with 7, potentially a little more. It looks like we're missing a name. And Tyler H Fan Club with only 5 kills on the board? What's going on?
Okay, so let's jump into this. Let's not just look at eliminations because those numbers can be a little bit deceptive. Let's jump into the damage. Damage dealt's going to tell a very big story here. Damage dealt for Fear this time was chart topping far beyond everybody else. 2,000 plus 1,600 plus 1,400, 5,000 damage across this team. Remember, Fear is the one that has been in second place, closely behind LSK the entire time. LSK not only coming in 8th, but also just the 7 eliminations, nobody clearing 1,000 damage across the squad. Definitely not a performance on the same level as what we saw from them in the first 2 games, where Cosma alone in round 2 had 4,400 damage. Cosma alone in round 2 had nearly 3 times the damage of their entire team here in the 3rd round. So definitely a bit of a stumble here from LSK. Less of a stumble from Fear. They still managed to hit their elimination cap at 15. They got a grand total of 18, and they were doing the most damage across the board. However, I gotta give credit to the 4 squads that placed above them. Candidate Primes, Tyler H Fan Club, Chaos Bringers, Fall Guys. None of the numbers here are jumping out as super high. Candidate Primes only has a single elimination across the squad. Tyler H, 5 eliminations across the squad. We got a couple of heavy hitters here with the damage. Darthson from the Chaos Bringers hitting for a total of 1,500. Cran Carry on the Tyler H Fan Club getting 1,100 damage in there. But even on Fall Guys, the first squad, nobody's cracking 1,000. So honestly, really big upset lobby here in lobby number B, or lobby number B. God bless it. Lobby B this time. Lobby number 2. Yeah, exactly. Algebra. Thank you. So anyway, this one was chaotic as well, and I'm really excited to see what the total standings are.
Whoa!
Okay, so this is just for lobby B of match 3. Just for lobby B of match 3. This is the amount of points everybody got from this one. So you can see that Fear still ended up placing first overall because they got the elim cap. Nobody else came close.
Oh my goodness, Flowers. LSK, our lobby leader, has dropped to 6th right now. They are now 20 points behind Fear.
Well, this is just for this round. This isn't total.
This is just for this round.
Yeah. This is just for this round. This is not total. There's still.
Got it. I was wondering because I'm like, wait, total. I thought we were in the hundreds.
Yeah. We are in the hundreds.
Yes.
Right.
Just for this round. Yes. 6th place, only racking up those 32 points. Fear with the 52 points right there. So with these being the results, as we can quickly scan through the rest of the 20 or so teams right there, we see the Tenta Devils, who had placed higher with the 17 points being picked up. And then as we look at the match 3 results for the final 5, we'll see Los Diablos picking up the point at the bottom there. So then, excuse me, Flowers, I got excited prematurely. Let's go ahead and take a look at the, oh no, excuse me. Flowers, listen. I'm getting way too excited about the upset of that lobby. We still have to talk about lobby A, which we just watched.
Which was also an upset.
I'm getting ahead of myself. There are too many upsets to process, Flowers. After round 1 and 2, we're like, oh no, is it just going to be LSK, Fear, and Team Rocket just dominating every single lobby that they belong to? And the answer is no. The answer is no, Flowers. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Lobby A scorecard. Because Team Daddy's Redhead with 14 kills on the board for them. Alpha 7 leading behind them in second, as well as Frost Wolves Clan in third right there. Team Rocket placing 5th, despite having quite a few elims on the board, Flowers.
So let's jump in here and break down some numbers again. Daddy's Redhead's one of those teams that has been not competing with the top 3 across both lobbies, but one of the contenders right below them. Right? They've consistently been like 4th, 5th, 6th place overall team. So them getting a first place here looks really nice for them. They do it while nearly hitting elim cap at the same time and putting up very respectable damage numbers. Nearly 2k for Groot, nearly 2k for Benji, nearly 1k for Riven. Looks good, telling a good story, living a good life. You love to see it. Second and third place, lots of damage being dealt out by Alpha 7. This is Ronaldo, this is Premium, this is Yorlingus. Now, even though it looks like Ronaldo and Premium were doing a ton of the carrying there with the damage, remember that Yorlingus is actually the one who survived the entire time and got them to the second place overall finish. So a lot of team play between these guys working together to make it happen. Frost Wolves Clan, this was 8-bit superhero just hiding out the entire time. You can see they did a grand total of 250 damage across their entire team for the whole game. They weren't topping charts, they weren't making waves, they weren't like learning the name, they were surviving, but that was enough to get him a really good placement. Infamous, not a ton of damage there either, but still managed to survive down to the very end. Team Rocket still having really high damage numbers despite a lower overall placement, so they just got themselves into a bit of a bad situation. They were still playing really well, still managed to hit elim cap. They're the only squad in this lobby hitting elim cap, but I still think our dark horse here in lobby 1 is the Zigbars, RN, Parasite, and Z. Even when these guys are not placing at the very top, they're always getting a lot of elims. 11 elims for these guys. This tells me this is a very good squad. This is a talented squad, but they're just saying, let's go in. They're always taking fights. They're always ready to PvP. They're probably their own worst enemy. With elim counts like this, but never placing higher than like 7th or 8th, I'm guessing they're just always bloodthirsty, they're always looking for the next conflict, and it ends up being what punishes them. But still, good eliminations coming out from them, and I still expect them to be close to the top of the overall table as well, probably around that 5th, 6th, 7th spot.
Absolutely. Well, with this endgame score, let's go ahead and take a look at the Lobby A results for Match 3 so far, with Daddy's Redhead at the top, 58 total points for them. Team Rocket still picking up 52 points. Alpha 7, 46 for them as well. Everyone being able to pick up quite a few points, which, again, as we eventually look at the overall standings, like, these are all going to add up, as that was our middle marker of today's matches so far. There's still 2 more rounds left that we have to play through, where our teams can continue to rack up these points. But, again, 2 rounds seems like a lot, and also a little. Flowers.
So before we go any further in, of course, we will have our full rankings, statistics, Excel sheet, whatever you want to call it. We're going to have that full thing to look at, and I'm really excited to jump into that because there's going to be a lot to check there. There's going to be a lot to see where everybody's shaking out. That was the most volatile round so far for both lobbies. So there's definitely going to be some shakeups. Again, I expect to see some of the squads like the Zanbars, like Daddy's Redhead, like these guys that have not been in that top 3 conversation in the first 2 rounds, trailing very closely now. And then I want to see that top 3, how that sort of shook up. Because again, all of them were maxing points in the first couple of rounds. They're all just hitting elim cap. They're hitting either first or second. The points between them was 2 or 4. Things are going to be a little bit more shook up now, and it should make the top of the table feel a little bit more approachable to these slightly like 1 tier lower teams that we're sitting in your 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th spots.
Then are you ready, Flowers? Are you ready to see the overall standings?
Let's see it. Jump in. Let's go.
Let's go ahead. Let's see the overall standings of all of our teams so far and how all of the points shake up in Team Rocket. Even though they dropped a bit in the standings, still at the top of the day 1 leaderboard with 154 points. Team Fear tagging behind at just 152, 2 points shy. And would you look at that, Flowers? Team Daddy's Redhead has surpassed LSK with 148 to 136 points. And as we look at just Team Infamous, 10th on the board right now, still very safe on the standings for the top 25. They're still 70-ish points behind Team Rocket. There is still a pretty clear gap between the top 3 or 4 teams and the rest of the squads.
Can we go back to the first slide here real quick? I got to talk a little bit about the consequences here. So we've got Team Rocket and Fear still at the very top, still only 2 points away from one another. The loser of the big 3 here, and I'm not trying to say that as an insult or as a jab at these guys, but I'm just saying they're the ones who lost out the most in this shakeup. LSK fell away from that tight pack at the top. They're no longer within a couple points of their opponents. They're going to need to make up about a 15-point difference, but we're now moving into round 4. We're now moving into the point of the tournament where the elims are not capped on point value. LSK is the squad that has broken 30 elims in a single game, and now they have a reason to do it again.
And as we look at the 11th through 20th, I want to see where that 25th cutoff is, because remember, only the top 25 teams are moving on. 48 points right now is where the Frost Wolves clan is. Only 1 point above We Are the Night, or excuse me, We Are the Light. But Flowers, those were the results after round 3. We need to get into round 4, Flowers. I am very excited. Match 4 is starting, and we are back to watching Lobby B. And would you look at that? We're looking at Cody, Zenpai, and Boo.
Okay, let's see what these guys can do. Let's see how chaotic this one gets. Again, LSK on this one's going to be out for blood. They got knocked down a couple of notches. Yes, they're still in 4th place overall, but being 16 points out of 1st place is going to feel really bad for a squad that has just been absolutely smurfing elimination numbers so far. I'm expecting this to be a bit of a comeback game from LSK. I'm expecting them to play smart. I'm expecting them to go for every single elimination they could possibly find to guarantee that they're right back up there at the top, competing with Team Rocket, competing with Fear. But of course, Fear is in this same lobby, and I want to see Fear bring it to him. Fear now has the opportunity. In the first 2 rounds of this competition, Fear played second banana to LSK. It was LSK getting the gold. Fear, hey, here's silver, you guys hold that. This is Fear's chance to keep them behind. This is Fear's chance to maintain control and maintain a lead over LSK as well.
Second Banana indeed, as we see a fight between Lil Satoshi and Boo break out, and Lil Satoshi jets off on that motorcycle as Boo takes down an enemy in front of him. Lil Satoshi coming back around and started to throw fire down.
I love the use of the fire materia. I can't stop praising it enough, forcing your opponents to move first, especially in a game where you can punish so easily with the powerful ranged weapons. There we go, but okay, gonna be knocked down on that one. But Lil Satoshi and Nixtalia have also both been down. Cody and Zenpai coming up to help their ally. They'll step into the smoke, they'll go for the reses, they'll go for the save. Just try to pick him up, get them all out of here. Vodake should be able to be revived here pretty easily. There it is, okay. Heals coming out now to bring him back to full. They've recovered well. That's one of the things that I think can really separate the better squads from the worst squads in these competitions. The ability to recover after something goes wrong, not depend on having to take somebody all the way to a revive station, but set up proper smoke, set up proper healing, and find a way to exfiltrate that battle zone.
Flowers, I do have the messages from Vocals during that last fight during that last round where he said that a lot of things were going wrong for him in the squad. He said that he happened to just make a bad call that cost them game 3, something around Ifrit. I guess Ifrit came down and just kind of wiped them all out. So that's definitely something that I want to keep my eye on as we move into round 4. Will they make the same mistake, or will Ifrit be making another appearance?
I mean, I just love the fact that he's saying, hey, that's my bad, that's my call. That's super good for team comms, recognizing the moment, playing around it. Legit Vocals, however, is downed. This is one thing that Sion and Cosma are now going to have to protect. This is what I'm talking about. Be able to exfiltrate, be able to outplay. Legit Vocals still recovering here inside the building. Okay, they've put themselves in a good position here to let him recover. Revive coming out now, should be able to get back to full HP. That's what I'm talking about. Protect your dudes and get them back up. Good stuff.
Looks like Cosma is just taking down a couple of these random monsters, little drones, picking up and collecting whatever materials and resources they need to continue to just build themselves up, as we're still very, very early into the game. Still 53 people remaining, still 20 teams alive.
Okay, everybody. Just kind of chilling right now. Not really a whole lot of teams super close to one another, it doesn't seem. We've got We got this squad here, seeing maybe if they can find an opportunity to engage their opponents. But it's one thing that you always got to be careful of, especially if, you know, you have stuff you could be looting, the other guys have stuff they could be looting. If you engage in a fight, if you opt into a fight, everything has an opportunity cost. So you are now fighting instead of picking up the loot that is around you, while also leaving yourself vulnerable to get third-partied if somebody else shows up in a game that still has 20 teams. By the way, I don't think you probably recognize this since he's not in the remake yet, but the costume being worn right now by Dag AHD is Vincent Valentine's costume from Final Fantasy VII. And knowing your affinity for different characters in games and anime and stuff, you would absolutely love this character. I think he will be one of your favorites in the entire
I'm Googling
world.
him.
So,
Oh!
yeah. So I figured you would probably be a Vincent fan, but that's the Vincent Valentine costume right there. That one's always pretty sick. I always get a kick out of that one. He's one of my favorite characters in Final Fantasy VII as well. I think he's got a really cool individual storyline. Maybe one day we'll get to see some Vincent in the Final Fantasy VII First Soldier world as a cameo or something like that. But at least for now, we've got his costume, and for now, we still got 19 teams hanging out and competing. Mako Crisis finding a knockdown onto Azar Halon there you can see in the feed. Squall Leonhardt getting knocked down again. Not having a great time here. Azar Halon going to be eliminated there too. It looks like Mako Crisis keeps on pushing things forward. Oh! Bora just got randomly road killed by a motorcycle. That was brutal.
Oh no! That was Onyx on the bike, and we've seen Onyx play, have multiple plays on the bike before. This time, we actually caught it on camera. It looks like Bora is being taken down as well by Onyx. Okay, Flowers, forget styles, forget which weapons you want to use, forget materia.
Use the motorcycle.
Just get Onyx a bike.
Just use the motorcycle and go for the 200 miles per hour play. Onyx gets it done. They managed to find the full elim after the knockdown. I felt like I was watching something on one of those shows. Like you watch a deer out in the savannah or something, and the cheetah just runs out and jumps and tackles it. That was so unexpected. Bora was just farming up, and then Onyx comes soaring past. That was a moment of the day for me.
That's, if there's like a end of day highlight reel, that's it. Like just that clip, you play it 20 times and you add sound effects with it. Like that's the promo
Give me a little bit of
material.
background music, play some One-Winged Angel behind it. It's not exactly what One-Winged Angel was invented for, but you know what? I think it could apply here. So Onyx is just going to keep driving this bike around. You can see Dag AHD still hanging around back there nearby. Not a whole lot of reason for players to be forced into PvP just yet. There's still a lot of map to play with. Dag is currently in exfiltration mode, all right? His job is not to fight. His job is to not be seen. His job is to not be messed with whatsoever. He wants to get to a revive station and bring these teammates back. Anything else is going to be bad news bears here in a 1v3. All right, Dag's making a break for it. He'll see if he can get away, see if he can find an opportunity to bring these guys back. He is running out of time. Got about 2 minutes left before those team revive tags expire.
So Flowers, Dag is the surviving member of the, what is it? Yes, the roadkill situation that Onyx just had with the bike. Dag is the single remaining member, and what was actually happening was he was trying to get into the revival booth inside, but that's where Onyx and their squad were camping out. So they have to make the decision, do they go look for revival within the zone as it's closing down, or do they try to be sneaky and go back in? And it looks like they're going to opt for, let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here, indeed. Sometimes you just can't get what you're looking for, and you gotta call the audible. You gotta regroup and reset. Cosmo Vocals and Scion. All right, let's see what they got. Gonna push forward here. Thunder Materia summoned up. Let's see. All right, there's your scan. Getting an eye on everybody nearby. Looks like they got the knock on the Jiro. Legit Vocals taking the credit for that one. There comes the Elim. Morbido with a knock onto Keegernot as well. Legit Vocals, there's that knock coming in through the feed on the left side. Lots of knocks, lots of eliminations showing up right now. The violence is exploding here in the mid-game, as now King Deku eats one. Oh man, Cosma just does not miss these shots. You get in a shootout with this guy, you probably need to be reconsidering your life decisions. King Deku gonna go down there as Cosma completes the elimination.
So many knocks, Flowers, I'm about to go check my front door.
That's actually a pretty good line. That was.
Did that one land? Yes!
That landed. There it is. There it is. That was pretty good. That was like a Lil Wayne line. I like that. All right, so let's see here. We got Scion, Vocals, and Cosma just continuing to run the show. They're taking out everybody they come across. They've got control over this area. Doesn't look like anybody's nearby them here on their map either. So kind of just their world, their call for whatever they want to do here.
The chat just saw the drive-by.
Yeah, I just now noticed that as well.
Right.
I'm seeing all the reactions to the motorcycle.
Yes,
the motorcycle road waffle that we got to see a few minutes ago. But let's jump back in here. We got Onyx, Alamir, and Desmo Flynn. I'm going to just say Desmo Flynn is how I'm supposed to pronounce that. Desmo, I'm sorry, buddy. We'll have to put it on your tombstone. Elimination comes through as Longtime and Octopus are going to have to fight back as Cold Flame has already been taken down, but Longtime now going to be downed as well. Longtime even had that special bomb cannon, but only Octopus still alive here on this squad, trying to bring them all back. Remember that Desmo also down from the other squad. Onyx and Alamir still trying to fight back, want to eliminate Cold Flame, don't want to allow them to be able to res these guys. Octopus still trying to figure out some sort of a way to do this. Alamir goes for the elimination, gets Longtime out of there. That's going to be a forced revive now as well. Octopus heads for the hills, revive tags in tow, has to try to find a way to bring these teammates back.
Looks like Longtime is only going to end up living for a short time there, Flowers.
Okay, that one...
I'm just going to keep trying to come
You're
up
just
with
going to keep doing these, huh? You're just going to...
I'm going to keep doing as many one-liners.
Breaking these out. Okay. All right. I'll try to be more expecting of those coming in. As Desmo's still down on this squad, but they still got 2 left. So they aren't completely in flight, no fight mode, but they would still rather avoid these conflicts until they can get their 3rd man back on screen. Still just a constant elim feed on the left side of the screen over and over and over again. The PvP is never stopping here in round number 4. Remember, rounds 4 and 5, there is no cap on the amount of points that you can get from eliminations. So if you can pop off, if you can do what LSK did back in round 2 and get, what was it, 32 eliminations, that's 64 points right there.
Flowers, I think the one thing that we failed to point out, and this is probably one of the most crucial things in the game so far, is that Onyx is off their bike.
Yes, no motorcycle for the motorcycle master. Very, very important stuff. Phase 3, says the game. Remaining candidates 39, so just about at that halfway point as Onyx with no wheels has to get out of the scopes of Scion. Does not want to be caught here as the victim in the long-range engage.
Look at how many teams are far outside the training zone right now, all the way towards the train graveyard, I believe. It looks like we have a squad of 3 people. They have a lot of ground to cover to make it back into that training zone. And something that might happen again, and we're looking at Cosmo right now at their POV, another team could potentially just set up shop right outside or right along that border of the training zone and just wait for people to come in. And it looks like Cosmo is taking Onyx on the bike on by himself, as well as Alamir. Where did Onyx go? We don't have eyes on him right now. You have to be careful because he might sneak up on you with the bike.
Onyx going off to the side. But yeah, a lot of people are going to be coming up through that southwest area. There's going to be confrontation before they even get out of the training zone. And that means Alamir gets down now. Lots of pressure coming out from Cosma, Vocals, and Scion as they're looking to stop these guys. Onyx hops back on the bike and gets out of town. Not looking to keep this one going any further as the Thunder Materia keeps raging off to the left. And that's Cosma and Scion's signal to join back up with Vocals and keep looking out for these guys that are going to try to be making it back into the safe zone. Try to be avoiding not only the incoming storm, but the fact that you've got so many players in the same place that'll all be colliding as they make their way to safety.
I want to see more elims go down right now, Flowers. I want to see more bike elims. I want to see a couple more fights. Right now, everyone is kind of like positioning themselves to start that, what is it? Pilgrimage into the training zone right now.
Getting a little Final Fantasy X reference in there. I can respect that. Okay.
Yes, that was completely intentional. Scion downing an enemy right now, trying to take down the other Squall as well. Bold is hiding up in the rafters. I'm not sure if Cosmo sees him right now, but Bold is now trying to jump down to help out his 2 downed teammates, but it doesn't look like he's going to get there fast enough. Squall goes down as well.
Squall down, and Cosma is unafraid, immediately turns his rifle onto the other nearby target in Bold cancel. Bold's going to be down there, should probably face elimination shortly thereafter. Cosma so very effective on this rifle as the zone continues to shrink. We're down to 15 teams out of the 25. Every time our camera pans over to Cosma and Vocals and Scion, they're always getting elims, they're always pushing forward. They're making life impossible for everybody they come across.
I'm curious to see when we view their POV next, just to see how many elims they've got up on their board at the moment. Oh, it looks like a couple people just got revived as we see the player counter go back up to 40, even though we still have the remaining 15 teams. 3 elims, it looks like, on the side of Vocals as they try to take down this bomb.
Remember, we also got to see the special prize from the bomb a little bit earlier. Somebody did have the bomb launcher, but unfortunately was immediately downed after the fact, so we didn't get to watch a whole lot of it. I was hoping that another bomb launcher would show up here soon so that we could get a little bit more of that action. I know the unique guns that come from special enemies, special drop situations in this game can be a lot of fun if people can get control over them, but right now, Legit Vocals is just headed up to the high ground. Wants to be ready to look around. Remember, this is the part of the map that the thing is currently shrinking towards. That means that this is where everybody's going to be moving up to, and so they should have a good opportunity here to get a vantage point, find some guys, but they already find Azar Halon waiting for them with a teammate up here at the top.
Looks like the 40 went down to 37 again, as it looks like Octopus is able to down someone, and Cosma finding Osmar as well, and Flowers.
There he is. Come on, somebody go after him. Come on, somebody go after him. We need to see him at least once in this tournament. Come on, somebody go after him.
I don't think anyone's gone after him yet for today, at least not that we've seen on stream or on camera. This might be the first time that they're kind of forced to face him, and no, it looks like Vocals is going to turn tail and run.
No, I don't think we're going to get him anytime soon. Unfortunately, Vocals, Scion, and Cosma have their eyes set on one thing and one thing only, and that thing is victory over their competitors. Every time somebody gets in their sights, they're going for the fights. They're making it happen. Bahamut's still hanging out up here. Look how cool he looks. Don't you just want to go fight him and earn his power for yourself? Unfortunately, the answer to that question is no for everybody in the lobby so far, so maybe one day. Maybe one day.
I would be a little intimidated because usually when you look at monsters with that would you consider him a dragon type? Is he a dragon type or is he...
Yeah, he's the king of the dragons. That's pretty much
so he's the king of the dragon, yeah. So he's got kind of like that dragon look, but it's also kind of like that skinnier, more, not humanoid-ish looking. Either way, I'm intimidated. I'm just intimidated by him.
Yeah, he's super cool. That's why I'm hoping we get to see him, but we'll have to just wait and see as we're back on Scion yet again, seeing these guys approach towards JD Miller. Let's see what JD can do to deal with the squad that nobody else has found an answer for thus far today. It does appear that JD is alone, so I think the best course of action is for JD to... Okay, unfortunately, that is not the course of action that's going to happen. JD getting downed here, doesn't have any way home from that one. The elimination comes through, and it's just another notch in the belt for this Vocals, Scion, and Cosma squad.
Oh, Flowers. Oh, Flowers, it's a flare. It's coming out. It looks like no one's going to get caught in it.
R.I.P. Darn it, I wanted to see it. I wanted to see some mega impact, like flare, just absolutely destroy everything. But unfortunately, we're not going to get it just yet. We're not going to get it just yet. I have to let this go. I've got to focus on what we do have, which is 14 teams and 32 players remaining. A lot of teams missing a couple of guys, missing one guy, two guys, whatever. I mean, 14 times 3 would be 42, so that's 10 players down from the expected number of full squads here. I'm excited to see how the squads that are downed are going to manage to outplay this, and I want to see if the squads that are still at full power are able to push that lead. The circle is getting smaller. We're getting closer and closer to the point where you're going to have those larger chaotic fights if there's still 14 squads left as that circle shrinks. So I expect to see the ones that are more aggressive, that generally are looking for more fights, to continue looking for them even more ferociously now.
Yes, and speaking of reaching full power, Onyx is back on the bike, and we did have an Ifrit somewhere on the map. Not visible to us right now, but we did see the notification pop up that Ifrit is going to be making their appearance somewhere in this game.
All right, we'll keep an eye on where that gets dropped, how that gets used, see if it ends up being able to change the course of any of these fights. Phase 5, my friends. 33 candidates remain, 14 teams. Supply drop is on the way as Vocals gets into some warrior-themed combat here. Just running around back and forth, seeing if you can pick one up. Gets the down onto Alamir, and there's not a whole lot else to it. Pretty easy to just slice him and dice him up with that sword. Secure the elimination. There's a Chocobo blade from earlier.
Ooh, you're right. Yeah, you know, I do appreciate this squad's, what is it? Dedication to matching. Because I believe all of them are wearing Chocobo-themed hoodies, and I think all of them are different colors. We have a blue, we have a yellow, and then the other one may be red? I'm forgetting the other one.
Sorry, what was that you were saying? I was replying how much I like Bahamut to somebody in the chat.
Oh, and one thing that I do want to point out, since we brought it up at the beginning of round 1, but since we are now at round 4 for anyone who is joining us a little bit late, there is a delay built in for competitive integrity for this tournament. So if you send Captain Flowers a message in the chat right now, then he will respond to it, hopefully in about 3 to 5 minutes. And if he doesn't respond to it, then I'm so sorry, but apparently you weren't worth his time, Flowers?
No,
Is
it just
that
means it wasn't
what you're
about Bahamut.
saying?
I usually just respond to Bahamut-related questions, inquiries, or other statements. But right now, we've got 12 teams left. Dag still hanging out here on top of the mountain, the Vincent Valentine drip, ready to go, playing the Sorcerer. What materials he got ready to go here? Looks like we've got Arrow, which I really like whenever players are playing around spots that have a lot of different vertical height available, because it means it's going to give you the ability to jump up really quickly, move where you're at, get the surprise on your opponents. Also, always love seeing the fire materia. Looking at legit vocals here, running the arrow, running the fire, running the thunder. Fire and thunder, great for forcing your opponents to move out from behind cover, which, considering he's a warrior, gives him then the opportunity to close distance and get it done. You can see the fire and thunder both being thrown out there, creates that zone of control, allows him to fall back a little bit and reassess how he's going to play this.
Well, it looks like Cold Flame is trying to shoot down Vocals as Vocals goes for a quick heal. Cold Flame, though, gonna get knocked. And Octopus is hiding behind the rock, but with the assess, there is no hiding from that Ranger. Octopus tries to jump out and glide out, but there's no way that Scion is letting them run from long range, from downtown, taking out the competition.
The snipe gets it done. The Dragoon power looks so cool when you can jump up into the air and try to glide away and escape from it, but unfortunately, you glide very slowly. So if your opponents have a good long-range rifle and they're able to dial in their aim, it's pretty hard to get away with it, even if you do have that skill. But we're down to the top 8 teams. We're down to the part of the game where it's going to start to get a lot more PvP heavy. Orange squad, you can see here on the map, 54 and 56, moving around very quickly. I'm assuming they're both on bikes. I think that's the Onyx team, and they've just resigned themselves to being the biker boys.
Did you see 57 on the map? That's a single player, and it's a single player who's, I'm assuming, is just hiding behind a... Is this? No, this isn't 57. This is Almond Walrus with Hazard Zone and Cran Carry. This was one of the other teams that we were watching in the previous round, and really commending just how well they were playing. Almond Walrus especially being able to gun down his enemies as they were trying to run up the hill towards them.
Yeah, these three are another one of the squads that I believe is currently among the top 10 out of the 50 teams that we have competing here today. Had to run through that bio zone there for a second. Remember, bio creates a damaging area that'll apply a DOT as long as you're inside it. You can see it sticks around for a little bit after leaving as well, as his health continues to tick away. So generally something that you want to avoid. Another powerful zone control tool, generally a theme of what the materia is going to provide here in these fights. Fire thrown into the building, creating that massive explosion, going to force their opponents outside, as now Almond Walrus does go down. Not eliminated yet, but Asylum and Mako Crisis have also both been down, and those red health bars are quickly going to hit 0. Almond Walrus has been fully eliminated, but still has allies around to try to fight. Cran Carry, the only one left alive on the squad, is Hazard Zone. Gets knocked, gets eliminated. Oh, it's not looking good. Weapon Raid 7, how you doing, buddy? He's trying to get away from this one. You gotta run, you gotta get out of town, you gotta get away from this one. It's looking dire. Healing up, jumping away, trying to get out, but the circle is shrinking. There's not a whole lot of places to go. There's 3 teams and 5 players left remaining, and it looks like it's gonna be another big dub for Vocals, Cosma, and Scion. They're the only squad left with all 3 players. It just comes down to who gets eliminated first. Legit Vocals was knocked, but now they have to try to fight through the other 2. Onyx, still alive, still trying to outplay. Onyx in the 1v2 won't do it, and GG, well played once again. Cosma, Vocals, and Scion get it done.
Team LSK, aka the matching Chocobo hoodie squad. Flowers, they had the stumble in the last round, but they were able to say, nah, man, that was just a fluke, and come back full force with this round. Well played on them. And then again, I want to give a shout out to the hit and run squad with Onyx right there.
Yes.
I think the place where they probably went wrong in the end was that they got off the bike, and I think that's what cost them the round. I'm no professional analyst, but that's what I would wager my money on.
The bike play was the best play of the whole game. I absolutely adore the bike play. That was awesome. I love the fact that Onyx and that squad are trying to utilize these, I'll call them environmental tools to get themselves some surprise eliminations. Hey,
You gotta get inside their heads. You gotta make them think twice. And nobody thinks twice about the 200 miles per hour random bike elim.
Absolutely. Well, that was round 4, which means that there is only one round left for us to play, Flowers. And before we do that, we need to give all of our current squads a little bit of time to take a deep breath and prepare for that 5th and final round. So don't go anywhere, because we're going to be back with the final match of the day. everyone, and welcome back to the Final Fantasy VII, the first Soldier North American Championship. I'm Avli, and I'm here with Flowers, and we are about to get into our fifth and final match of the day. Flowers, are you excited?
I'm ready to go. That last one, they roared back to life for Team LSK. They were ready to go once again. Camera was on them the entire time because wherever the eliminations were, they were sure to follow. Round 4 delivered, and with only one left to play before we decide which of our teams are going on tomorrow and which will be eliminated here on day 1, everything's on the line.
Of course, and we followed around Lobby B for round 4, but of course, Lobby A was still playing off stream. So let's go ahead and take a look at a couple highlights and some of the footage from that game.
Okay, jumping back into the other lobby. Let's see how it went down. Little bit of PvP here early on. I love it when you see both the health bars just get knocked immediately down like that. As now back over to Team Rocket, Krovax, Creator, OG. This is the squad that everybody always had their eyes on up until the last game here in Lobby A, because this is the lobby where they got taken out a little bit earlier than a lot of people would have expected. Remember, round 3 was a big upset no matter which lobby you were playing in, but it looks like Team Rocket is right back to their villainous ways as round 4 approached, and they found out exactly what they needed to be doing. Over on the side of Benji, Ribbon, and King Groot, these guys are doing a great job here again too. This is another one of those teams that's at the top of the table, has the ability to fight for those top spots. Premium Ronaldo and Yorlingus, another one of the squads that can challenge up for that top part, as it's down to the last couple of teams, down to the last couple of players, and it was Premium Ronaldo and Yorlingus taking the dub here at the end of round 4.
Now, before, when they were able to find a high placement, not exactly the win in the last round, but again, a high placement, it was just off the back of one of their players kind of playing sneaky, hiding around and everything. So I'm really curious to see how they and the rest of the squads in that lobby matched up. Let's go ahead and take a look at the score screen to see, give us a little bit more details than just the footage that we were able to take a look at. And oh, Flowers, wouldn't you know it, look at the damage on the team of Alpha 7.
Yep, Alpha 7 topping some damage charts, grabbing themselves 14 eliminations to go along with it as well. If we're talking about elims, which remember are now uncapped, Daddy's Redhead, another one of those top squads, coming in with 9. Over on 3rd place, the Corpse Cafe, picking up 11 of their own eliminations. Frostwolves Clan got second. 8-bit superhero keeps finding these miraculous escapes, these miraculous sneaky moments. Again, the damage of this squad is not popping off. The eliminations of this squad are not popping off, but they're getting the high placements and they're getting it done.
This is like your definition, and this is, you know, of no shade to Doomius and Snow, but 8-bit is the solo carry on Frostwolves Clan, it's looking like. Like, you don't even have to, I don't even have to watch that last round to know that 8-bit probably did the exact same thing that they did in the previous round, which was hide, dive away from the bullets, and just survive, Flowers. But with this being kind of like, oh, actually, can we scroll down just a little bit? Because Team Rocket is so low on the standings that they're 10th place right now, and they were able to pick up quite a few elims, Flowers, which is incredibly important because they're not picking up as many placement points. But still, to see Team Rocket fall from continuous firsts and seconds to dropping all the way to 10th. Now, again, because they have the elim points, I don't think it's going to be that detrimental for them, but it's still a little shocking.
You can't ignore the damage. You can't ignore the damage. Team Rocket was still vastly out in front in damage. Their total comes out to be a little over 5,000. The 3 teams that we were talking about before that did finish, you know, higher than 10th, all still hitting around 4,000. So I'm not going to discredit Team Rocket. I just feel like they're probably getting a little fast and loose with their gameplay, going for these elims and taking all these fights, and their opponents are focusing on punishing them. So for Team Rocket, I think if you're really wanting to maximize your scores, you're probably looking to always be aware of that third party, always be aware of those bad situations, because the damage numbers on these charts are not the numbers of a team that comes in 10th, right? Like, other things are happening.
Now let's go ahead and take a look at the Lobby A results for round 4, just to see where all the points kind of shaked up with those placement points along with the elim. And if you take a look, Alpha 7, 58 total points, 14 elims on the board for them right there. Team Rocket with 48 points there, because just as we said, even though they placed 10th, in that match 4, they still picked up those 16 elims, which netted them so many points, Flowers.
Right,
but
2/3 of their total.
Exactly. I can't do math. But let's just go ahead and flip through really quick to see how the rest of the lobby did, just so we can also start talking about Lobby B in a second. So we have the Justice League picking up 20 points. The Zigbars, as you were paying attention to as well, Flowers, 9 points for them on the board. And for the final 5 squads, I'm assuming single digits, yes, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. Not a lot of points on the board for these final teams. But again, Flowers, there is 1 round left. So for these teams who haven't been able to pick up as many points in rounds 1 through 4, there is a potential Hail Mary where they pick up every single elim, because there is no elim point cap on the 5th round as well as the 4th, and they place first and maybe they just rack up like those, what was it, the 50 points, which is what Alpha 7 racked up, and that could be enough to launch them into the top 25 teams that are remaining. But really quick, let's go ahead and take a look at the Lobby B in-game score. This was the game that we were spectating for round 4, and see how everything shook up there, Flowers.
Yep, and LSK, what did I say? I said this team is going to bounce back. This team is going to need, they have a reason now to score over 30 eliminations again, and there it is, 14 plus 12 plus 6 is 32 eliminations with nearly 8,000 damage done between the 3 players on the team. The next closest amount of eliminations throughout the lobby would be Barely in Our Prime or the Tyler H Fan Club, both coming in with 8. You can see Untouchable right behind him at 7. A lot of these squads, though, 0, 1, 0, 2, 4. The elim numbers are just not up there, and now that the elim point cap has been removed, LSK is on a rampage again, taking out nearly half the lobby on their own.
That is a lot of elims for LSK, Flowers. Despite their stumble in the previous round, they have almost definitely caught up in terms of elim points as well as placement points after that. Just doing a quick little scan, we see Meme Machinists in the second place. That's where Onyx was on the bike. As we take a look at the match 4 for Lobby B results. And there we see LSK. No, what? 94
This
points?
is what I was saying. This is what I was saying. You remove elim cap, and you can warp the entire standings thus far by having one of those huge elim games. Second highest amount of elims was 8 versus 32. That's 24 difference. 24 times 2 for the point value is 48 points. That's 48 points right there that cannot be made up.
94 points. Just for reference, we see how the top 10 is. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next 20, or I should say the next 15 teams. Fall Guys, who we saw in the last round, be able to pull out a little bit. They are only pulling away 9 points. Team Fear, Team Fear was only 8 points there, Flowers.
Yeah, look, not a great round out of them. I mean, everybody has a bad one sometimes. They got eliminated very early in this. Only the 6th team to be taken out. Only 2 elims before they fell. That is a massive hit. Remember that Fear were the ones who were neck and neck. Fear were the ones that coming into round 4, I said now had an advantage over LSK, and it was their job to try to keep it. They scored 8 points. LSK scored 90-something. So LSK definitely didn't let them keep it.
10 to Devils, as we saw in previous rounds as well, performing a little bit better, or maybe hiding out a little bit better. Only 5 points being picked up for them for round 4, excuse me. So Flowers, as we get or before we get into round 5, I should say, are you ready to take a look at our final standings before?
Get me in. Let's go.
Match?
Let's go. I gotta see it.
Let's go. Overall standings, Flowers. What do you see?
Okay, so there it is. LSK out in front by a significant margin. This is how impactful it is when elim cap gets removed. Up until this point, the top 2 have always been 2 apart from one another. The difference between 1 and 2 is now 28. That is absolutely incredible. Team Rocket, Daddy's Redhead, Fear, despite having their worst round by a mile, still hanging in there at 4th. But it's LSK out in front. It's LSK that are going to look to run away with the day 1 total standings #1 spot with another performance like that. Let's go ahead and scroll forward, because only, like we've talked about, the very top of the table, that's fine. Middle of the pack guys here, again, all of these teams are going to be feeling pretty comfortable. You're not competing with LSK, but you're in a pretty solid spot to move forward. Here's where I want to take a moment and pause, because currently the number that you have to beat to progress into tomorrow's competition is 68 points. So let's go ahead and just think about that from the perspective of the teams that are around this area. If you are currently not making the cutoff, if you're looking at this board and saying, okay, well, we've got 58 points, that immediately tells me you need to get 5 elims. You need to get 5 elims. You need to get out there and get some of those. If you see any of the other teams that are dominating the charts, if you're in your game and you run into Team Rocket or you run into LSK, run the other way. Get out of town. Find somewhere else, anywhere else to be. The only place you can't be is where you are right now if they're on your screen. Get out of there. Avoid the top dogs. Farm up on the other people that are around the mid to low part of the rankings, and really just go for that Hail Mary play. Get yourself in that top 25. It's the last chance saloon for everybody that ain't there yet.
Absolutely, Flowers. There are some teams who can you know, kind of like bear a little bit of a risk, but there are other teams who are right on that border. As you saw, there's a lot of people clumped within like the high 60, low 50 range, which is totally make upable depending on elims and placements. But for those teams who are on the borderline, they have to play so smart and they have to play so dirty and they need to play sneaky and just stay alive, pick up those elims, and try to get a high placement. Because as we go into round 5, this is your final chance to rack up points. It is going to be absolutely heartbreaking if you grind it up throughout this entire season to get here and fall or get eliminated first as everyone hits the ground. You just have to play so smart, Flowers. This means so much to all of these players and participants, and I would hate to see people get heartbroken.
Well, I'm ready to see everybody get heartbroken. I'm ready to see everybody get excited. I'm ready for Game 5.
I am also ready and excited for Game 5, Flowers, but as we give our players some time to load in a little bit, what do you think needs to change for some of these players or for some of these teams who are right on that borderline? Clearly, I think that they need to start playing smart and dirty, but what do you think could maybe add a little bit of a mix-up or maybe give them a little bit of an extra edge?
Okay, so I think there's 2 ways you can play it, and unfortunately, they're very opposite in terms of the way that you have to approach the game. You either go full hide mode and just play for points for finishing, just try to do what we've seen from 8-Bit Superhero, and it doesn't matter if you've got elims or whatever, just hide until you can get to the top 4 or 5 or whatever. Or the other plan is cause chaos. Be the wrench in the gears. Be the thing that messes everything up. The game becomes the outcome becomes more deterministic the further into the game it goes, because the squads that are the best will guarantee that they have the best gear, they're the most set up, they've eliminated the other players, they've consolidated resources into themselves, they're going to have a better shot. If you want to be able to take people out, just YOLO it on early game, nobody's got any weapons, let's see how it happens fights.
Let's go. I'm super excited. Looks like we are following creator Krovax and OG. This is, again, Lobby A. The first lobby that we had been spectating as we started off the day is now going to be the last lobby that we are spectating to close out day 1 of the tournament, Flowers. Only 25 of the 50 teams that walked into here today are going to be moving on to tomorrow to compete for the top 3 prizes.
Okay, Mega Flare getting prepared as we're watching Benji, Riven, King Groot. This is another one of those squads that usually does pretty well. Even if their damage isn't usually on the level of Team Rocket, but their placements have beaten them in half the games so far now, I believe. But we are in the early game stage. It's where these guys can just farm up, take some of these resources, get whatever they can, and just get them going on that road to success that they've already been on so many times. The bomb over there, just going to use the Blizzard. Turret him down. Easy money, easy pickups. Boy, I hope we get a bomb cannon. I really hope we get a bomb cannon.
Oh, that would be so excited. Yeah, to see one like properly utilized, because I feel like as soon as the other player picked it up, they were immediately taken down by our top squad. So it's kind of like a, aww. Oh, Benji taking quite a hit from the bomb.
Yeah, sometimes the bombs can be pretty deadly. The trick, of course, is always going to be that everybody talks about just don't let them self-destruct on you, but even without self-destruct, they can still hit pretty hard. Benji now using the power of the Dragoon there. Again, find that massive jump into the air, find the glide afterwards, and use it to sort of just explore and find your way from point to point. If you know where these chests are spawning, if you know where the monsters are going to spawn, you can get from loot point to loot point and min-max sort of your pathing between these early game objectives.
Right now, Benji needs to find a potion or a bench, because Benji's pretty low on HP. And as we take a look at the all of the different teams and squads that are kind of scattered across the map right now, we see a pretty even dispersion across the maps. Some teams directly in the middle of Sector 5, which is pretty much the pinpoint center of the training zone at the moment. They're going to be pretty safe for a while. But then we see a lot of players in the southwestern region who are going to have to make up a little bit of ground in order to get into that training zone when the time comes.
Yeah, the southeast is pretty barren. Nobody's down there. Nobody's really hanging out at all, but we've got the one squad all the way out there in the desolate area, which really lives up to its name, considering nobody else is even within a mile of that place. But I expect there to be a lot of action there around the train graveyard. You can already see 4 or 5 squads in very close vicinity to one another, and it looks like some of them are definitely already missing players. So the train graveyard seems to be the place to be right now if you're looking for the early PvP action. Sewer system also has a couple of different team colors showing up down there, so probably some PvP to be expected. And again, I think if you're one of those lower ranked teams, you've got 2 strategies available to you right now. It's either the run and hide strategy where you just camp out, like try to avoid as much PvP as possible, get yourself to the ending based on rank, or you just get scrappy as early as you possibly can and try to take out the other weaker squads before the big dogs prey on them.
Flowers, on the side of Shadow Marine, it looked like Suwako, their downed team member, the revival is already expired.
Ooh, yep, not a good feeling there. Looks like Shadow Marine and Zincross are going to be playing this one as a 2-person squad. Feels bad, man. Feels bad.
Feels... Ooh, but not as bad as it feels to see that there are only 24 teams remaining, Flowers.
Yeah.
We've already got our first eliminated team.
Yes.
RIP. Not a whole lot of points to be found there in that result. But let's see how Sintinus and Padawan are going to do here. Just again, running around looking for resources. Might be close to a couple of opponents here nearby. Blind materia once again going to be used just to create that smoke screen, provide the opportunity to reposition yourself, get some cover. All right. Oh, they're going to engage with Ronaldo, though. Remember, this is another one of those squads. They won the last round. If you're Sintinus and Padawan, you disengage this. I don't think you want anything to do with this. You're 2v3 against the squad that just won the last round. This isn't the fight you want. You want to get out of town as fast as possible. Get out of town, get out of the county, get out of the state, get out of the country, get out. Get out, get out, get out. You don't want to fight these guys.
Absolutely. Run, 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 because these are definitely... Oh my gosh, and look at the fit. Look at the fit. I was going to say that this is a dangerous team, but they're also a dangerous looking team, because look at that little backpack that they got on with the baseball cap and glasses combo. This is it. This is the Dragoon style, Flowers.
This is the style. This is what you're going for? Okay. Okay. This is the...
I would leave my house wearing this.
This is the secret. All right. All right. That's what I like to see. It's not just about being good. It's about looking good doing it. Your Lingus, Ronaldo, and Premium going to be controlling this area right now. You can see this entire little base-like area that they've got control over. Nobody else really daring to approach just yet. And I've only just now realized while I'm looking at the mini-map that the camera is us. We're the camera icon.
Yeah.
I had no idea this entire time. I thought the camera was like a security camera or something. I was like, that's really weird. I didn't realize there were security cameras in this game.
Wait, now I'm confused what you're talking about.
No, you'll see it. You'll see it when it's up there. There's the observer camera. When it moves around, it has a position on the... When we go to the floating camera, not following a player like this, see? That white camera, that's us.
Yeah.
We're the camera.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I wondered why sometimes there was a camera on the map and other times there weren't. I was like, what happens if you get discovered by the camera? But now I realize that that's not what it was at all. And instead we got some PvP breaking out. There's magic in the sewers, my friends. Bios and blizzards and thunders, oh my, as 2 different squads find themselves in a little bit of head-to-head action. That tunnel is so stuffed full of materia, nobody can go in there. Between the thunders, the blizzards, the bios, all of those ambient damages, getting anywhere close to that is just going to be a disaster. So they have to back up and regroup, move around.
Just kind of going back to what you were saying, I like the idea now of Bahamut just carrying around a giant camera, being our cameraman right now. Like,
yes,
we hired him onto the production squad.
He's got the shoulder-mounted big camera.
Yeah, he's part of the crew.
Yes, camera crew Bahamut. He's got his hat and his glasses. That's a skin.
Yeah.
That's a skin. Square Enix, I know you guys are watching this. That would be so cool. Cameraman Bahamut. I would buy that skin. I'd buy 2 of it, just so I could have a whole camera crew of Bahamuts. That's what I would want to see. All right, let's see if these guys can work their way out of the sewer.
They have to be wearing the Chocobo hoodie as well, because you have to be comfy while you're a cameraman.
Exactly. It's going to be a long day of recording 5 different rounds of action here. Okay, let's see. Shen, Soja, and Tauzi are all going to find their way out of this sewer, you would hope. This was that same spot earlier, I believe, where everything was just choked in materia, so they want to get themselves out of here, I would assume, before somebody else can pin them in and make that escape difficult. But unfortunately, Soja's already going to get taken out there as fire materia keep flying in, a bio thrown out. They want to fight back, but they've lost one of their guys. They really need to bring Soja it back. I'd like to see them disengage this, but it doesn't look like they're going to really have the opportunity to as they get jumped on yet again. Towsy going to be down now as well. It's Shen, the last one standing here on the squad, who's got to try to get away or revive those allies, but I don't think he'll get a chance. I think this is a trap. I think they just want to make it so that those allies are not able to be dealt with, but no, he ends up getting one back. Can Towsy be revived? General coming out from around the corner. They're going for the full PvP. Ooh. Shen goes in. He looks for the 1v1. He loses just barely. General just survives with, what is that, 4 out of 120 HP. Just barely wins the 1v1 there.
Absolutely, and even if General went down, he still had his teammate Sephiroth right next to him, able to clean up that kill. You know, as you said, Flowers, you wanted to see something flashy. That was pretty flashy on the side of them, but I don't know if that would have been the smart decision. I feel like the smart decision could have been to just run away, try to get the revival off, and hope for a higher placement. That didn't feel like a fight that they wanted.
Okay, let's see what we can get here out of Tanjiro, Choi, Brittany. This is one of the teams that I don't believe we've followed yet here today. Probably one of the squads that's down there in the lower point value, trying to climb up, trying to find their way into that day 2 competition. Let's see how it looks. A little bit of a battle here around this. Again, big elevation differences in these mountainous areas. This is where it can help a lot to have a Dragoon, have a Ninja, have an arrow spell, just anything to reposition yourself. And Tanjiro having 2 out of 3 of those things, right? Having the arrow spell, having the Dragoon class, throwing out some of that thunder there to continue creating zones of control and creating opportunities to move forward and move around.
Absolutely, and Flowers, do you know what the Tanjiro reference is?
No.
From what anime? Read the rest of his name. Read the rest of his name.
Demon Slayer.
We got him!
Okay, we got it. Awesome. I'm fully indoctrinated. I know the full lore. So, let's see what they can find here with this fight. Going up into the air. Dragoon jump again, being used to reposition. Get on top of the building. Get yourself that firing line. But nothing really to fire at. Looks like the other side's going to disengage. So they've got control over the area for now. All 3 players still alive. Nice.
I mean, you say they have control over the area, but how much control can you actually have when the training zone is continuously moving in and pushing everyone in towards that circle? They're going to have control over their little rocks and everything, but they also have the opportunity to try to pick off these other teams as they are running alongside them. So Limitless and Apple Cider are looking at this squad of 3 people, throwing the fire where they can, trying to throw the materia to disrupt, to maybe stop or at least hinder their charge into the training zone. Looks like Limitless and his squad mate are going to be able to make it into there first. I wonder if they're going to try to turn around for a fight, Flowers.
I love when we get the fights as the circle is shrinking. It creates such a chaotic situation that really tests the player's decision-making and mechanics at the same time. Tanjiro going to be taken below half HP over there now, too. Looks like a bit of a firefight here. Limitless versus Brittany in the 1v1, fighting around the corner, seeing who can get the angle better. Tanjiro eats the fire materia. Nicely done from Limitless to get the knock on that one. But can they secure the elim because the rest of the squads are here? It's multiple squads fighting it out, it looks like, as now they have to back up a little bit. It's a 2 versus 3. They're trying to utilize the angles, utilize the opportunities here. Do they just want to get out? Are they going to be forced to continue taking this? Brittany, Tanjiro, and Choi still seeing if maybe they can finish this off. There will be another squad they're heading towards if they keep going this way. Limitless still alive, trying to get out of the range of the materia.
Ooh, but Brittany
keeping
does
it up.
not want to let Limitless escape from this. Trying to
hard to
track
chase through
him
blind.
down. But still,
It's so
being
hard
able
to chase through blind.
Chuck out the fire.
But they're running
it
towards
actually
another
got
squad.
stopped.
They're running towards another squad. This is where it's going to get a little bit dicey for Limitless because he runs right in to one of these squads that we have seen so far throughout the tournament, and he's going to have to escape them now as well. You can see it's looking unlikely as he tries to get away from Fiend and June and Lucid, but they've got him pinned up against this structure now. Tanjiro and Brittany and Choi still with control over the hill to the top side means that Limitless is now stuck in sort of a pincer situation and really needs to try to get out of it, but did manage to revive both of his teammates. Limitless, the hero, going on the mission to the revive station to bring them both back. He brings them both back and they both get out. Beautifully done.
Limitless is running through all of those blinds, all of the jukes, still currently alive, trying to rejoin the rest of the squad. Flowers, as Fiend Anubis, again, does not want to let Limitless escape. Like, they were the ones who were chasing him down in the first place, as it looks like a Mega Flare is being dropped. Oh, kind of, there's a squad where the Mega Flare is going to be dropped, Flowers.
Okay, maybe we get some Bahamut action. Oh no, Fiend Anubis getting down there. Junryo coming over, trying to help cast the blinds to create the smoke screen for the opportunity on the res. Limitless healing back up. Now that he's got his allies back, this is the chance for them to try to turn the tables on those teams that were going after him earlier. Just runs past the little hedgehog pies. Sorry, little hedgehogs. We've got about half the teams remaining, so you guys aren't really a point of interest anymore. Most teams just going to skip past them. Not really worth the time to pump the DPS in there as Limitless retreats back towards the Undercity here.
Very, very sad for the little pies. And it looks like Bahamut not going to be able to find any random kills onto our participants here today. But as we swap back over to Team Rocket Creator, we saw them pick up quite a few elims on the elim feed as some of that skirmishing was going on. So 2 elims on the board right now as we are spectating OG. And I'm sure that there are many more elims across the board for their teammates. And oh, would you look at that?
Okay. Lots of materia being thrown out here. Junryo wants to drop one defensively, but June is downed. Let's see if the team can get over there and manage to perform a rescue. Manage to get their buddy out of trouble.
Lucid has 3 kitties in the backpack and 3 elims on the board, and they're looking for more.
Oh, but June is taken out. The materia there, the thunderstorm just thrown in. That's one of the things you can do. I mean, hey, if there's a blind, if there's a smoke screen, if there's a blind right on top of somebody, just throw the thunder into it. It's going to hit pretty much everything inside there. Materia versus materia combat. Okay, let's see what else Tanjiro and Chewie and Brittany can get done here. We're seeing a lot out of this squad that, again, I don't think we followed very much throughout the rest of the tournament. I don't think I've seen very much from throughout the rest of the tournament. So it's pretty exciting to see them popping off here in game number 5, because this is what we were mentioning. We were saying, hey, this is your time for the Hail Mary pass. This is your chance, your one last chance, if you're not within that threshold, to go for it now.
Yes, absolutely. Anything can happen with the elim point cap being removed, and with being able to place high as long as you are playing sneaky and smart. Yep. Anything can happen in this 5th and final round. I don't know if maybe you can like surpass LSK, but
probably not.
You could still definitely get into those top 25, even if you weren't in the top 25 before getting into this match. And oh, would you look at that, as we see the new training zone circle being drawn, we see quite a few teams, especially the team directly to the south. They would have to follow the path of, I believe it's Bahamut, in order to make it into the training zone. So we're going to see this team 7 and 9, those individual players right there. Looks like player number 9 with that squad has the high ground at the moment. So if they want to, they can kind of like skirt around this mountain and really try to pick off everyone who tries to move into the training zone from the south and the southeast.
It's a really good spot to be. You've got the high ground. It's hard for somebody to get the jump on you. You'll usually get first shot when somebody has to approach towards that shrinking circle. But now, back into Choi's point of view, again, this is about to get scrappy. Sector 5 Undercity has 2 teams here, both at full strength, ready to compete. And right as I say it, I jinx it. Brittany, now downed, needs a rescue from somebody else on the team. And it looks like Choi's going to be the one moving over there, getting that done. You can see has the revived materia equipped. Makes it easier to bring those allies back to life as Tanjiro eliminated here in the firefight.
Oh, with Tanjiro going down, I wonder how the other squad will react. Brittany, looks like Brittany is picked back up with Chewie escaping. But again, Team Rocket right there in the Sector 5 Undercity, right outside the training zone border. The training zone is now starting to shrink, so we're going to have to see a lot of these teams start to migrate and move inside the zone. Tanjiro still available to be revived. They're just going to have to go and find themselves a terminal in which to do so.
And that's one of the big problems about these fights the later the game goes, right? There's less revive points to use, makes it harder to get somebody back once you've already lost them. And we might get some 3-team action here. You can see 3 different squads right next to one another. Red a little bit further away, but might be able to close the gap here. Looks like we've got a 2v2v3. Looks like yellow and pink are both down a single player.
Down a single player, but not down in spirits right now, Flowers. With only 11 teams still on the board, there is still potential for them to get that high placement points. Oh, and Lucid goes down at the hands of OG. It looks like Team Rocket is on the side, or excuse me, oh no, they're actually taking down both Anubis and Lucid.
Nicely done there. Team Rocket blasting off with that one, winning out in that fight that I said was coming up. Both those squads were closing in on one another, and Team Rocket definitely fierce in that one. 10 teams remaining, 23 players left on the board. Got to be careful here. This one's going to turn into all sorts of a mess again. Could be a 3-team action sequence. Right now limited to just 2, I believe.
Ooh, but Joy and Brittany are just waiting. They're playing at Smart Flowers. They're safe within the zone right now. They have the high ground. They opted not to take those shots, even though they had their scope on. And would you look at that, Noxus summon Ifrit.
Okay, Ifrit going to be summoned. Will this really change the course of things? We'll have to see. Brittany and Choi, okay, they're embracing the idea of there's 2 of us, there's 3 of them. Let's hide here on the mountain and hope that they go away and fight somebody else, and we'll just continue jockeying for positioning. I like that. I think that is the discretion is the better part of valor call.
Absolutely. It's a smart thing to do. Although, if you take a look, the training zone is just shy of where the mountain ends. So it means that when that training zone starts to shrink one more time, they are going to be forced into different positioning. And Limitless walks into a team of 2.
Yep, Jay Carby has been, their squad has been sitting inside this building. They have been sitting inside here for a while, just sort of camping out. Limitless is going to be the one to discover them. And now with Laurent and Apple Cider make their way over, this is going to be pretty difficult for Jay Carby and his team to get away from. Arrow provides a bit of an escape mechanism there, jumping up, trying to jump away, but Limitless is still in hot pursuit. Back into the building, just making sure nobody's in here, finds Jay Carby, who tried to hide in the corner. The strategy of sit and wait and try to get the sneaky higher placements doesn't end up paying off too good for Jay Carby there. Got him to 8, but we'll have to see after everything's all said and done if that is enough. As Brittany and Choi still working together as a 2-person squad. Tanjiro about to expire, only 5 seconds left on that tag. Brittany wants to try to revive Choi if possible. Choi falling off the edge there, because this is a better spot to be in terms of the angle to avoid some of the further incoming damage. And you can see they're trying to fling materia up there, trying to stop Brittany from going for the revive.
See, I hold my breath as we wait to see, and yes, she's able to pick up the revive as the training zone starts shrinking, and they are so close to that border, they're going to be able to make it, but they're going to be met by other teams. It looks like Lahara hitting Brittany and downing Brittany. It's going to be all up to Choi for this squad. Brittany back up?
Brittany's back up because remember, Choi has the revive materia, but now with Choi being down, I think that's the end of that squad. Laurent, Limitless, and Apple Cider taking over here.
Unfortunate. We also see Benji being down on the Elim feed right now. Brittany going down at the hands of Apple Cider, as we just saw. This is a strong team of 3 that are still up. Benji actually being downed again by PH Premium. Something that I saw on the Elim feed, though, Flowers, was I think it was a member of Team Rocket actually being downed. And yes, we could see it right here, Krovax. Just being picked up. So the team of 3, the team to watch, is all back up. Not full health, they're a little wounded, but they're still in a good position.
The important thing to note here, 5 teams left with only 10 players. That means a lot of these teams are not full strength. PH Premium, Alpha Ronaldo, and Yorlingus. Yorlingus now going to be eliminated. Is PH Premium the last one standing from this squad? This is one of those teams, they're not worried about not making top 25. They will definitely make top 25, but PH Premium's now in a really tough spot to continue trying to fight here in this specific game. Looking at the total numbers of players left, the squad with Laurent and Apple Cider, they've got a full 3. Team Rocket has a full 3, and then it's 3 single players from 3 separate squads. If you're one of those single players, you're looking to skirt the edges, you're looking at a third party. What these single players need to have happen is for the Team Rocket squad and the Laurent squad to go head-to-head, and then they play spoiler on the edge.
Absolutely. Right now, Team Rocket is not really sweating in terms of tournament results. They're pretty much guaranteed to move into top 25.
It's about making a statement.
No, I know it's about making a statement. I'm getting to the statement that I be making too. As Premium meets Creator stuck inside the zone and is going to be taken out. 7 remaining candidates, 3 teams left. And I believe that means it's 2 teams of 3 and 1 solo.
It was a valiant effort there trying to fight 1v3, but it's just so dang hard to do. 3 teams left, 1 solo man and 2 squads of 3. Let's see how it plays out. Control over the area right now to Laurent, Limitless, and Apple Cider. They're the ones who got to deal with Team Rocket. They're the ones who got to fight them head-to-head, 3v3. Fire materia is going to be thrown out here as the fight really starts a-going. You'll see Limitless taking some damage, not able to return a lot very effectively here, and that means there's going to be a push from Team Rocket to take him out. If they can get somebody down, that's huge. That turns it into a 3v2, and yes, it will. OG takes kill credit, and Limitless goes down. Team Rocket still looking to push this forward, still looking to make this happen. 3v2 Apple Cider, now nearly dead, nearly eliminated, still staying alive for now, but I don't see a whole lot of regeneration coming out just yet. OG continues pushing forward, trying to find that elim, find that knock. And there it is, another knock coming out from Krovax. If Apple Cider drops here, that's it. GG, Team Rocket finishes strong.
They took our first round and they take the last round, Flowers. What a dominating display from Team Rocket over the course of the day. Sure, they stumbled a little bit, but they came back when it truly mattered. Congratulations to them as well as the other teams who had placed high there, because that means, Flowers, that they are getting quite a few points heading their way for that final tally.
I love to see it. Round 5 is complete, and that means that all we have left to do is check in on those standings, figure out where it all shook out. Obviously, the squads like you're talking about, Team Rocket was not worried about whether or not they go on to day 2. They were worried about how good they looked doing it and taking the dub here in the final round of the day. After a bit of a shaky performance during the midday games, that's a really solid way to go out on day 1.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we need to give our team a little bit of time to tabulate and score out how everyone did with all of the placement points and the elimination points as well. So we're going to be taking a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we are revealing who the top 25 teams that are moving on to tomorrow truly are. Stick around. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier North American Championships. I'm Avali, that's Captain Flowers, and we have just finished our 5th and final round of the day. Flowers, we saw 5 action-packed matches today, filled with the First Soldier fights. We got to see materia being blasted from every which way. We got to see super sneaky and dirty plays, and then we also got to see just pure domination coming out from some of these teams. What did you think?
I thought it was a great way to start off the tournament. Again, we're going to have more competition tomorrow between the top 25. Not going to be split lobbies then. We'll be able to have everybody in the same competition. I think it'll be a ton of fun. But before we get there, we have to figure out how the dust settled on all of the back and forth here today. So I do believe we still have the other lobby to check in on and see how things went in the final match in Lobby B. I said it right that time, not lobby number B.
There's numbers everywhere. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these replays, and this is actually from A. I think that these are just some of our top highlights from today in general.
Okay.
As we see Creator Krovax and OG of the side of Team Rocket trying to pick up their win, and oh goodness, this was the Walrus snipe where we we went crazy there, and the Cosma snipes as well. Just all of these crazy positioning and like laser focused aim coming out from both Walrus and Cosma at these positions. Like, still, again, Cosma, you can fill hours and hours of promo footage of just how well this man is able to take down people with nothing but a gun and a scope, Flowers.
These two had so much good shooting throughout the tournament here today. Onyx on the motorbike was also a fan favorite. Oh no, just crossing the road, kaboom! Bora was downed instantly. That was one of the best moments. Producers, thank you so much for getting that in the highlight reel at the end of the day here as we jump into just a little bit more of the firefights back and forth. The use of the materia used so well throughout the day, casting those fireballs there, finding the dub at the very end, and that was Team Rocket's win in their very last fight there in round number 5.
Round 1 and round 5, just pure domination. Well, Flowers, let's go ahead and take a look at the Lobby A results for round 5.
Alrighty. What do we have here? Of course, it is Team Rocket at the top. Team Rocket not only getting that first place spot, but securing it in style by also being the elimination leader. 66 points in their pocket after that one. Bold Saucer coming in second in both counts yet again here. Both in placement and in elimination count. This is where it starts to get a little bit jumbled up now, as the third place in elims is the X-Burners, who ended up placing 5th overall. Alpha 7, Corpse Cafe, Daddy's Redhead, all these guys are other teams that have been on that first page of results pretty consistently throughout the day, and they're going to end round 5 doing the same.
Absolutely, and these are the 10 teams that we can see so far. 66 points going to Team Rocket, and the Cool Cats walking away with 23 points. We could quickly glance at how the rest of the lobby went, with 20 points being gathered, 9 points being gathered for the 20th place squad, Onyx, X, and Jet. And for the final 5, I'm assuming also single digits, as we can see, which is a little unfortunate because some of these teams we've seen within the bottom 25 of the top 50, and I don't think 7 or 4 points would be enough to launch them to the top. But that being said, Flowers, this is just Lobby A results.
Right.
Let's go ahead and take a look at Lobby B.
Oh my goodness, they did it again. LSK got 32 eliminations in the last one. They got 31 in this one. Last time they got
slacking.
94. This time they only got 92. LSK, what are you guys doing? You're slacking a little bit. Only 92 points. I can hardly believe it. But for all real purposes, though, absolutely incredible stuff. Another thing that sort of jumps out, Chef's Knife there got 2nd overall with 0 eliminations. So it just came down to them versus LSK, and it's like, okay, 0 versus 31. I think 31 is going to take the edge there. But yeah, it's just, as soon as there's no cap on how many points you can get through extra eliminations, LSK's bloodthirsty playstyle and their just incredible focus on just being better than you at PvP. They'll take every fight because they know they'll outplay everybody. It rewards them in droves of treasure. 92 points.
Elim, no cap, for real, Flowers. Let's go ahead and take a look at the other 15 teams on the result board. 19 points going to Chaos Bringers. Fear with 6 points going their way. 22nd rank in that lobby. That's a little bit of a surprise. We saw them have such a strong start that slowly started to dwindle towards the end of the day. I'm curious to see how that stacks up with the overall standings, which we are going to take a look at in just a second, Flowers. But like, I've got my fingers crossed. I'm super excited for some of these teams. I really hope that they were able to pull these elims out when they needed them most to really launch themselves into those top 25s. And my heart goes out for the teams that weren't able to pick up the points that they needed in round 5. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to the mighty calculator. Flowers.
Let's see it. Bring up the calculator. Bring up the scoreboard.
All right, overall standings. And wouldn't you know it, Team LSK with 322 points, 60 points ahead of second place, which is Team Rocket. Team Daddy's Redhead with 224 points behind them, followed by Alpha 7, Corpse Cafe, Fear, Tyler H Fan Club, Untouchable, Bold Saucer, and the Defaults. These are your top 10 teams, but Flowers, is that a 200-point differential between the first place and the 10th place team?
Absolutely. LSK is the squad to beat when it comes to tomorrow's competition. This is the squad that everybody's got their eyes on. This is the squad that has to be taken out early, it seems. Because if you're not taking them out early, they're going to be eliminating everybody else. They will always be consolidating resources because of how many fights they take. Remember that whenever you win a fight, you're going to be able to take whatever your opponents had, right? So that means LSK is just letting everybody else do the work, farm the stuff up on the map, bring it to them, eliminate them, pop, pop. Oh, cool. Now we have everything. LSK, I feel like you've got to meet these guys early. You've got to fight them early. But the problem is, it's a skill check at that point, and they're so skilled.
Well, these are the top 10 teams, Flowers, but remember, 25 move on. Let's go ahead and take a look and reveal who the other 15 teams are that are moving on.
Okay, let's roll it forward a little bit. So here on page 2, Fall Guys, Cool Cats, Zigbars, Meme Machinist, Chef's Knife, X-Burners, Team Reverse, Infamous, Unleashed Soldiers, and Barely in Our Prime, all going to be moving on. The important thing to note here is that on the first page, rank number 10 had 117 points, rank number 20 has 91. So the difference between rank 1 and rank 10 was 200. The difference between rank 10 and rank 20 was 26.
Wow. That's pretty freaking close. And Flowers, I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off because only 5 more teams can move on to day 2 in tomorrow's tournament. And here you have them. Candidate Primes, the Justice Leagues, Chaos Bringers, Odin, and Shimmer Squad. Shimmer Squad ending it with 84 points. And wouldn't you know it, Taco's crew is only behind by 5 points. It's just a handful of eliminations. But congratulations to all 25 teams who were able to make it into the top 25 and move on to tomorrow.
Yeah, really good stuff coming out from them. It ended up being a 5-point separation threshold between 25 and 26, which, considering how close you can see everybody from like 26 to 30 was within 2 points of those 5 ranks or something. Honestly, a 5-point spread doesn't feel too bad. So big congrats to the 25 teams that are moving on and who we're going to get to see back here tomorrow for more competition.
And we're actually going to see a player sooner than tomorrow, Flowers, because right now we have an interview with lobby leader and team dominator, LSK's Legit Vocals.
Let's do it.
Vocals, hello. Congratulations on your performance today. Just want to start off by saying I love all the Chocobo art behind you. Fantastic. But following that up, tell me about you and the team's performance today, because I was watching you call out even your own mistakes in the Twitch chat, and yet pulling out 320-something points, 200-point differential from our 10th place team. You guys absolutely blazed through.
So we have a conservative playstyle. About 3 months ago, when private lobbies got announced for the game, I was looking for a team, and because my current friends that played the game stopped playing. So I reached out to Scion and Cosma because me personally, I knew they were the best shooters in the game. So I reached out to them. They do all the heavy lifting. And I was like, hey, I'll be the guy that gets shot for you guys so you guys can shoot them back. And that was that's why you see my damage low. My goal is to get shot, because if you're shooting me, you're not shooting the best shooters in the game. If you're not shooting them, you're dying. So that was our play style. The first couple of games we played slow. We focused on kills because we're like, hey, get 7 kills. Now we play placement. Get 15 kills. We play placement. And we just play slow. It may look like it's a bloodbath, but literally, we're not fighting people unless you shot at us. You shot at us, it's like, okay. When Circle got smaller, it was just call outs based. It was more like, hey, someone's right here. They shot this guy. I was like, someone's right here. Like, my job is I'm pinging people so they know where to look together. So they shoot and we clean it down. Fear that's some of our friends were used to going against them. That was who we were really looking at. Game 4, Game 5, they just ran into us super early on. And like, we just had that advantage because early on it is who, like, if you fight us early, it's who shoots first mostly because you have a lower life total because you haven't leveled up yet. So if we're hitting headshots or just hitting you, you're going to die quicker. And Fear ran into us early, and it just didn't work out for them all that well. And it's sad to not see them because they were the fun competition to play against. But yeah, Game 4, our hiccup where we messed up our Game 3, it was I made a bad call. I decided to go try and fight people that were in a tower. And as soon as I pushed away from my team, a team decided to third party us with Ifrit. The Ifrit knocked Cosma. I was coming back to help Cosma. As I tried to get on a motorcycle because Cosma died, Ifrit put a flame tornado on it, which blew up the motorcycle and killed me. And then Cyan just couldn't get either one of us back. So we had a hiccup, but we pulled it back together because we realized how we play. As long as we are together in a unit, we're the best team that there is. Like, so if you shoot me, you're making a mistake already. But if you don't shoot me, then I get to hit you with a sword. And so you have to make a decision. You either kill me quick or you kill them quick. If you can't, then we clean it up. Like, final game, you guys didn't get to see it, but I picked up the Ifrit and we were just running at people. We had Cosmo with the Griffin, which is just a big LMG, makes a lot of noise. It's really fun to watch. We had a blast. We're really looking forward to tomorrow seeing the competition. Big shout outs to Cyan and Cosmo. Like, they are like the core of this team. Like, without them, I couldn't do what I do because I'm not a great shot. That's why you see me with the sword in my hand most of the times, because it gives you a wider FOV, lets you move quicker, I just need to take shots. That's literally, everybody can tell me I'm getting carried. That's for them to believe. I just want to give a shout out to my teammates because my teammates are the real reason why we're here and we're doing this today. It's a great
I love that, man. I love the camaraderie that you guys seem to all have together. So I just want to ask you here before you go, how confident are you feeling tomorrow going into it? Because, I mean, this is going to be, it should be a tougher lobby, right? Because it's the best players from both the two lobbies put together.
It's a shutout. And we're taking every game. It's a shutout. You heard it here first. That. It's a shutout. LSK takes every game. Where no mistakes.
LSK every game. Now that is a statement to make. I love to hear it. I'm looking forward to seeing y'all put your money where your mouth is and show us more of those skills, show us more of those headshots, show us more of those team fights. Legit, thank you so much for joining us. You've been a pleasure to watch today.
No problem. Thank you.
Good luck tomorrow. I like that. LSK takes every game. Unless there's a bad call surrounding Ifrit, involved. That's the one little asterisk that I'm going to put there, just because we can't have our players getting too confident, right? This is the first Soldier. Anything can happen, Flowers, including all the amazing games that we saw today.
I just love that. I thought that was such a good interview. Especially in a game like Final Fantasy VII, the first Soldier that hasn't been around for a decade. Seeing teams come together and have this level of coordination, have this level of communication, have this level of team play where roles are decided. I mean, the way that he was just blunt about saying, yeah, I got Cosmo and Cyan because they're the most mechanically talented, like, adept players at this game. I'm not the carry. I'm not the hero. I'm not the protagonist. My job is to take hits and make calls. I love how the guy named Legit Vocals is also the guy who is in charge of comms and callouts because the name just makes sense for what he's supposed to do. But this team seems like they really are not only good at executing, they don't only have good hands, they got good brain. That's a deadly combination. These guys, I think they're absolutely the team to watch tomorrow.
100%. And with a 200-point lead like that, these guys have such an insane lead right now that I would be shocked to see them anywhere but the top 3, Flowers. But again, there were plenty of other upsets that we had throughout the day, plenty of other shocking moments, and just plenty of great gameplay. I'm personally incredibly excited to see what happens tomorrow. Any final thoughts from you?
I mean, I had a really good time here today. We got to see some exciting matches. We got to see upsets. It wasn't just straight domination time and time again. Obviously, some teams emerged at the top. Shoutouts to LSK for farming up all of those incredible elimination points. But we got to see Team Rocket. We got to see Fear. We got to see some of these other contenders that I'm excited to see all of the top teams in the same pool, in the same lobby tomorrow, right? We're going to get LSK versus Team Rocket for the first time. We're going to get to see more of that chaos as the best squads are in and the squads who didn't pass the test today, they're not going to be there for some of those easier first eliminations. The difficulty just raises. Everything's been raised up now, and I think the competition tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. It is a can't miss tournament day, that is going to be happening tomorrow. My voice is already going from the excitement that we've been having throughout
Gotta
the
get
cast
some water.
today, Flowers. I'm excited. I gotta quench the thirst that I have for water, and then tomorrow I quench the thirst that I have for more Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier gameplay. That is it for us here today, but remember, this is only day 1 of day 2 of the Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier North American Championship tournament, everyone. Before we go, I want to say a huge thank you to Square Enix, the entire dev team behind the game, as well as our partners. This entire thing couldn't have happened without them, and of course, this wouldn't have happened without all of our players and all of our teams who are participating here today.
And all of our
again,
chatters
huge
in Twitch chat and
thanks to the
YouTube chat
as
and
well.
Facebook chat, no matter which chat you're in. Thank you for chatting.
All over, and a huge, again, shout out to the audience and the production crew behind us. We will see you all tomorrow for day 2 of the Final Fantasy VII, the First Soldier North American Championship.